Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, September the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your Trading Room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. All right, thanks, guys. All right, what's happening this morning? So, VTYX, big pop up. Lots and lots of upgrades for this one. Can't really see the news. I'm sure there's got to be some news. It can't just be all these upgrades, but there's a bunch of firms upgrading this one. Yeah, lots of volume, 2.8 million. For some reason, I just can't seem to see any news on it. Yeah, there's got to be news, guys. Obviously, there is some news on this one, but I just can't see any news on it. Lots of price targets, 60, 65, 70, and lots of firms are putting in a price target of this or of much higher, of course, than the current 35. INM has been a really strange one for me. This is a Canadian company. So the news, I mean, if you look at the last 3, 4 days, you'll see some topping tails, bottoming tails, a very difficult intraday trader. Another pop this morning. I think they've done some kind of a financing, raising $6 million. Not much. I can't see any other news. And it's a crazy low float. RGLS has popped up on another little bio has popped up on positive data. Some of the volumes this morning have just been huge. I actually thought maybe it was stuck from Friday's volume numbers, but I mean, some of these volumes have just been absolutely huge this morning. Arlay, RLAY, gapping down. This is a financing, a $300 million financing. I don't see the price. I don't see what the price is going to be, but anyway, this is gapping down. BMY, this is a nice big one for Bristol Myers. Big gap up, FDA approval, coming right into potential resistance, but FDA approval of one of the drugs they've got. And I'm seeing, yeah, Bristol Myers, there's BMO, Bank of Montreal, raising them to $94 price target. And another one with FDA approval, a much smaller one, SPPI. SPPI. I look at the volumes. Look at the volumes, 9 million shares. Wow. This looks like it's coming into some kind of resistance. CVNA, Carvana, CVNA. Little pop up. Now the market is, as we speak, is positive. We're going to have a positive open unless something drastically happens in the next 25 minutes. But Carvana, so a lot of these stocks are popping just on their own with no news. Piper Sandler upgraded them to, lowered its price. Oh, I see. So it's lowered its price target from 98 to 73. I mean, the stock is still only at 40, 39. QH, a small China stock. Only brought this up just in case it gets going because it has room to about the 4 level. We're sitting at 323 right now. And another one of these very, very low floats, not unlike the INM. Yeah, this just popped in here now. I saw IFBD was doing nothing. Then, as William just pointed out, just a little bit of a pop here. So they released this information, engaged with global multinational enterprise, etc. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but they're low float, 14.8 million. And the trade of the week, Netflix. Netflix is the trade of the week. Considered live. Whoops, considered live. 235. So we're just sitting at 234.69 right now. NIO's on a move here, guys. NIO is on a move here. I don't think there's any specific news on it. It's just the overall market. Over 20 though, that's pretty important. Perhaps let's take a look at the yeah, I mean, there between here and 21, there looks like there's some resistance, little resistance areas. So well, we found this one, another very difficult intraday trader. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Zach. So it's sort of piggybacking on Bristol Myers. Okay, that's a big, big move for Bristol Myers. I mean, 6.5% with 2 billion in the float, 2 billion in the float. But again, probably coming into quite a bit of resistance around that 75 level. I saw this P&T. There's just not a lot of volume yet. Yeah, Clovis, the same sort of thing. CLVS. I mean, there's ton of volume. It's a big float. Looks like to me though, just too many little areas of potential resistance. They did have some news. Okay, so they did have some news. What do I think about DMS? I don't think I've seen DMS on my list at all, but let's take a look at DMS. I guess your question really is because of what it did on Friday. I don't really remember this one on Friday, to be honest. Well, let's see. The 200-day moving average is 288, so it's a little bit above it, a little bit above the current VWAP. I mean, I mean, anything's possible. I mean, nothing has happened with it yet. It hasn't moved. A little bit of volume, low float. I suppose there's, I mean, if it can take us 240, which was the high on Friday. I actually don't really remember this one on Friday. I have no other opinion. I don't know any of the news. I don't really care what the news is, but it hasn't got going yet. So I guess if you put an alert around, I don't know, here's the high of the body of the candle on Friday, 220, maybe that gets it going for a bit. Yeah, sort of remember this. It had the pop right off the bat, and then it really did nothing for the balance of the day, right off the bat on Friday, and then it really didn't do anything for the balance of the day. Well, this has got some room still, this INM. The next high looking left looks like this is 1620 back in July. But again, I have just found this a very, very whippy one to try to intraday trade. All right, it is 9:10, so let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are from briefing.com this morning. Actually, not too many of each. INM continues to move higher here, guys. INM just ripping higher here. All right, here, those are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. The downgrades in now. All right, that's it. Not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades from the analysts this morning from briefing.com. Well, INM is just ripping here, guys. Boy, off that 10 level, $5. Well, what did I say? The next high looking left was 16 something, 16.20. So we're about $1 away from that. What's the spread like? Yeah, the spread is not terrible either. 2 cents right now. Ton of volume. All right, just checking my list here to see if there's anything interesting that might have popped in. I don't see anything. I do see this ATER here. We've seen this one in the past, ATER. I just have my doubts it's going to go much more. A lot of volume. Again, a lot of these stocks, a lot of volume in the pre-market today. Now this one could get interesting. IDYA, if it takes out 11. So there's not a lot of volume yet. It's a low float, 30 million in the float, but you can kind of see what hopefully you can see what I'm looking at. We're at 1024 right now. If it can get through 11, I mean, look at the gap fill, potential gap fill. So I think that's why I have it hearted. In fact, let's just stick a price alert right around there at $11 and see if it takes it out later on. May not happen today, and it may never happen, but if it does happen, look at the gap for IDYA, potential gap fill. See, now I'm seeing that news, Zach. Interesting. Did not see. IB is getting. I'm not liking the way it's organizing some of these headlines. The headline happens and then it disappears and it comes back. Anyway, this is. I guess that is the news regarding VTYX. And I mean, there's no resistance. I mean, this is a lifetime high right now. No resistance for this one. This is shortable for me. There are 77,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So this is shortable for me in case it starts to stall. Yeah, maybe keep an eye on this RVNC. There's no volume yet, but had a great 2 days, and it's kind of holding kind of holding near the highs of Friday, RVNC. No volume yet. Russell, really? Russell, you're the crazy guy. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors to see what's happening this morning. So again, we're in for a positive open to begin. So I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on new, then dot channel bar, and then click on more, show more. And so I can see my sector status. And I anticipate every single sector is going to be positive. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, that's the main ETF for energy. These stocks make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, what does that mean? That means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from Friday's close. Okay, they're up from Friday's close. So when you just look around, you can see that every sector is very positive. 80% of tech stocks are up from Friday's close, communications, 95%. There's no weak sector. I'm just looking around. I mean, the weakest sector looks like it's retail at only 76%. Okay, so this is a glimpse into what might happen today. Of course, this can all change. I'll take a look at this, 10 to 10:15 in a different way. I'll look at the change from the open. In other words, okay, what did stocks do from their opening price? So stocks could still be up. For instance, the energy stocks all could be still up from Friday's close, but they could be drifting down from their open today. Just looking at some of the ones that were pretty active on Friday. Not doing too much. Not too much in terms of volume. Well, guys, as much as I hate to say it, look at GME. I mean, GME has crawled off the bottom here, 23, now up to 29.52. So from 23 to 29.52 in basically 2 days, 3 days. AMC, I think, was toying with that $10 level. Yeah, look at AMC at $10. So these meme stocks are not completely dead. Yeah, especially look at AMC. I mean, it's got some room. 1094 is the next high looking left, I believe. Excuse me. NRBO. And September 13th, so that's tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, well, we've seen a couple of these reverse splits that have done something on the first day of the last, I think last week. I can't remember the symbols anymore, but so I guess it's a good idea to keep an eye on it tomorrow. Yeah, William, man, you've got all these analysts. I mean, I think there's how many now? Can I see it? I think there's about one, maybe five, and there could be more, putting in these pretty lofty price targets on VTYX. So that's going to help for a while. Double verified. Never heard of this one at all. DV. Wow, what a little run it's been on. DV. No volume yet. All right, guys, we're getting close to this open. Well, INM has not had the big pullback yet. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers anyway, but let's see. I mean, let's see if it holds this level of 15 and starts to move again from there. Again, 1620 is the next high looking left. Yeah, SPY is still maintaining a positive open. So my guess is that the three China EVs are starting to move: XPEV, XPEV, NIO, and LI. Probably China in general. Let's take a look at LI. Yeah, doing the same thing. Let's take a look at KWEB. Yeah, mildly positive. So actually, no real move, but certainly NIO is moving. NIO, 5% move, big float. I also saw crypto, BITO. Of course, the market's positive, so you'd expect that crypto would be moving too. So there's BITO, and a couple of the ones, of course, we follow is MARA, MARA, Riot, RIOT. This has a very interesting look. I mean, 855, the next highs are around 10, or there's resistance around 10. So that's got some move. So if crypto really starts moving again, I mean, both, Mara and Riot, they did amazing things. I don't know. Let me check my IPO calendar, or I actually did my work over the weekend. LICN September 12th. Yes, I have it here, September 12th. And China. So this could be interesting. LICN, 6.3 million, $4. Okay, so these are the upcoming IPOs. But you're absolutely right. September 12th. I think that's the only one today. Yeah. So definitely. I mean, this could go crazy. Another China IPO. So guys, just put a price alert. Put LICN. Put LICN. Hasn't started to trade yet. Right click and create a price alert. Put like $1, and when it starts to trade, it'll pop up in your screen. All right, less than a minute. Okay, guys, so less than a minute before market opens, or the normal market hour. I don't even know what to call it anymore. There's so much action in the pre-market. But anyway, at 9:30 Eastern Time. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. My races will start, both these two races will start at 9:30. I'll go over the races in a lot more detail once we get a lot more info in here, with the top 10 list being formed. All right, guys, we are now open. Here we go. The race is starting. So let's see what's going to happen right off the bat. Well, there's our answer right now. So far, INM is still strong, has not given it up yet. But I do caution you, with that float, anything can happen like that. Just like that, guys. I mean, this was up to what, 1547, and then it dropped to 1420. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Things can be so whippy. This is an exaggeration, of course, because of that float, but wow, the VTYX is still strong, guys. Still very strong. The pre-market high looks around 39.72. Of course, it's an all-time high right now. Boy, this is trading like one of those crazy IPOs right now. Excuse me. So just looking at a few of the early morning ones on their racing. There's that DNA. Wow, what a fall here, though. I mean, excuse me. I think this was one of Kathy's stocks. I think way back. DNA making a move here. Market is strong, so it has not given it up yet. Opening a 15-minute candle. It's actually almost at the pre-market highs. All right, so the next high looking left is 607. So if we can get through that somehow, then the next high 628. So there's not really, in my opinion, enough room unless it really takes out that 6 level. How's AMC doing right now? Oh, there you go, guys. Remember, I was just talking about it. Taking out 10. It's got room to 11. The next high is 1094 for AMC. Yeah, this one is he's given it up. No shorts for me available at Interactive Brokers for Pixie, PIXY. Now there's one that did a reverse split. I think that was on September 1st, and afterwards it actually did incredibly well. Peloton, PTON. The PTON is popping a little bit here. Okay, guys, Mara, over that whole number 15, over the whole number 15, the next high looks like around 1582. So of course it's a Bitcoin play, MARA. It is early. Wow. I mean, it's whippy as you know what, but my goodness, look at INM. INM right back up. And 1620, what did it get to? Got up to 1623. It actually got up to 1623. I mean, the high looking left was 1620, so it exploded up there, pulled right back down. Just have to be really, really careful with that float, guys. If you do take this one, my advice would be to not take too many shares, because if you put in a proper stop, you'll get stopped out almost immediately, more than likely. So you'd have to have a wide stop, meaning you have to take fewer shares, because you have to always plan for how much you're willing to risk on the trade in terms of a dollar amount. If it goes against you, how much are you willing to risk to lose? Keep an eye on the RGLS, guys. RGLS, it's getting close to that $2 level again. Low float, 12.5 million in the float. Had some. It's phase one data. I mean, it's phase one data on the pop. Not shortable for me, unfortunately. At Interactive Brokers, popped all the way up to 250 or 244 or so. So this wet G is having a pop here. It's hard for me to tell. I mean, the next high looking left, I believe, is 208. That's from Friday. Your ratio is 1 and 2. Okay, if you right click, I don't know if you've got mine, but if you right click, yours probably says there should be something that says show top 10 winners. Okay, if you right click, if I show all winners, this is what I'm going to see, which I don't want. I want it ranked at the end of the day, so or during the day. So I click on show top 10 winners, and that's what's going to happen. If that makes sense. So as the day progresses, this will create a top 10 watch list for you. So when you say 1 and 2, all it's doing, it's just saying Be Big won one race, WETG won one race. You know, we're only we've only had 2 races so far for me anyway. They're 4-minute races. And as the day progresses, you'll have a top 10 list. And the one in the top position will be the one that won the most races over the course of the day. So obviously we're very early. Look at Volta, guys. VLTA. Boy, you can see if it can take out 244. 244 would be a big, big area for it to try to take out. It's not a low float. 100 million in the float. Just look left, though. That's the next high looking left. And after that, I mean, it's got a few little highs there, but maybe it's got a shot to the 3 level. Maybe. All right, what is the market doing? So a little mini sell-off here, mini sell-off. We've got a topping tail, still early, 9:40. Still has 5 minutes for this 15-minute candle to close. All right, guys, meme stocks, BBBY, BBBY. So the next high looking left for BBBY is 940. And if it can take that out, then 997. And then, of course, the massive, the huge potential pop. Again, just a meme stock. Whoa, look at CSIQ, CSIQ. This had a downgrade last week by Goldman. I remember the one day, I think this was the day, I think it was on Thursday. Goldman upgraded for solar FSLR and downgraded CSIQ, a couple of solar stocks. So there's CSIQ, big. Look at this big candle here. Carvana over 40 now, guys. But that was pretty whippy. Look at that bottoming tail down to 38, up to 41. So about a $3 swing. Boy, CSIQ just getting clobbered here right now, guys. Clobbered. 43 down to 40. Ooh, CINC. I remember I had this one. Look at this one. CINC. How much volume? Not much volume. But look, I mean, look at the gap underneath for CINC. The problem is, of course, there's no volume yet. Boy, if the volume had been big and you look at that gap underneath, I mean, look, $22 is the next low. Looking left for CINC, but there's just no volume yet. Boy, CSIQ just getting clobbered here. I did not take this one. I don't know if this is just a delayed reaction to the Goldman downgrade, or I don't see any specific news. Well, look at Posh guys, POSH, interesting, through the 200-day moving average, which is 1328, so a little bit above it. When you look left, the next high is 1430, so got about $1 to the next high, POSH. Again, I'm just pointing out opportunities. If it meets your trading plan, fine. Okay, guys, so that little topping tail in the SPY meant nothing. So far anyway, this is the first 15-minute candle. Looks like it's going to close near the high. Market is still positive, every sector. All right, I usually shy away from this one. I don't find it's a great trader, but anyway, BBIG though, BBIG. Now there's figs. Now this is the one, that's that Rob Barron, right? Or Rod Barron, whatever his name is, Mr. Barron. I think I think he is the one who bought a bunch of this a couple of weeks ago, maybe. Wendy's, WEN having a nice day through the 200-day moving average, getting close to what I consider pretty severe resistance. So this could turn into maybe an interesting short, guys. I mean, we're at 2113 right now. When you look left on the daily chart, I see like 2150. Looks like pretty tough to get through. Pretty tough to get through. So, wow. Look at LI now, guys. Remember, did NIO do the same thing? No. So LI is trading on its own. LI is just getting clobbered here. LI looks like MOS sort of. Big red candle. No, we're getting some big moves down here now. Look at LAC. So EV plays. Maybe it's the EVs, guys. Because I saw the LI, LAC is an EV play, lithium. Wendy's, did it? Yeah, I mean, I just think there's going to be a lot of resistance. I mean, if it gets even closer to that 2150, I don't see any specific news on it. Hmm. Okay, so this is the rumor, I guess, for Wendy's. Pelts come with a $25 to $26 share takeover offer, so you got to be careful. All right, we are 15 minutes in. I can kind of maybe take a look to see if anything has kind of settled down a bit. RGLS over 2 now, guys. Now this is pretty sketchy. It's a phase one data. that it popped up on. Boy, look at LI, guys. LI just getting, I mean, this went from 27 down to 25.40, just like that. This is after being, really positive in the pre-market. So NIO, take a look at NIO. NIO is not following yet. I don't know if there's any specific news for LI. How about XPAV? You always usually trade together. So XPAV did it. So keep an eye on NIO for a drop, guys, because it's not following yet. The LI and the XPAV. I'm not saying it's going to, but typically those three trade together, unless there's some specific news on NIO that I just don't know about. AMC continues to move here, guys, at 1094. 1094 is the next high looking left for AMC. Boy, look, we get some really interesting moves, guys. Look at this on the BTU. I mean, it's looking like the LI, the MOS is sort of the same thing. So just big, giant red candles to start off after being pretty positive in the pre-market. Except the market is not, the market is not having a solid sell-off. I mean, there's a topping tail there, but there's no huge sell-off on the market yet. Is just solar though, getting solar, guys. Take a look at TAN ETF for solar. So yeah, so solar and EVs are getting hit. It drives me crazy here. I mean, I look at the fossil, nice move here, but then you start looking at these daily charts, and they all look like they're coming into, some resistant areas. Wow, look at Mosaic here. 52.13 is the 200-day moving average, so just a little bit below it. And then the next low looking left is around 48.50 or so. Yeah, 48.80. So there is some room. There's about $3 to the next low for MOS, Mosaic. Market is still strong. Haven't even looked. Let's see. Netflix is the trade of the week. 37. Yeah. So the trigger was 235. Thank you, Mitchell. Trigger was 235. Yeah. So I mean, the next high looking left is 243. Way outside the price range that I like to trade, but nonetheless, nice run so far. 4-day run so far. Solar's just getting crushed here for some reason. I thought it was 235, William. Let me, maybe my eyes were a little blurry this morning. Let me just do a quick look. Trade of the week. The trade of the week will be live above 235. I'm reading it right now. Give me a moment. Okay, good. All right, look at this market. I mean, this market has not sold off. I mean, there have been sectors, yeah, the solar sector. How's Bitcoin doing? BITO should be still strong. Yeah, it's still, hasn't sold off at all. And we have our first halt of the week. First, little cheap one here, SMTS. Don't care about this one, SMTS. First halt of the week. Another meme stock in the day anyway, EXPR. All right, guys, RGLS looks interesting, especially if it takes out this 210 level. Again, it's only phase one, but the look at the volume. The volume is still extremely strong. Here's that 15-minute volume bar, and that's the second 15-minute, and it still has 6.5 minutes to close. So volume is still very strong for RGLS. Stella. Okay, so I saw this one in the pre-market. It had absolutely no volume. The volume is certainly picked up, STLA. The big area, of course, would be this 1420. If it can somehow get through 1420, then 1470 and then 15. I'm just looking at looking left on these daily charts to see where the next highs are. Yeah, RXT, you're right. Somebody mentioned RXT. So the next high looking left for RXT is 695. So that has got about $1 to the next high. Not quite $1 to the next high. What's the float like? So 50 million in the float. So not a low float, but not a high float, not crazy high. I'm keeping an eye on the RGLS guys. This is something gets up to the 213 level. I might take this one. That's the RGLS. That's not advice. I'm just telling you what I'm looking at. RGLS. Boy, this has got some room. Again, look at the RXT. Any news on this one? No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for RGLS, so that could help a long position. I only say that because if there are not shorts available for a lot of brokers, then no short selling pressure put on it. Wow, yeah, no kidding. Look at the Wendy. Wendy, W-E-N. Just got to be careful because we got this 25, 26 price target, potential rumor anyway of a buyout. But look what it did. What did it get up to? It got up to 21.23, and I was saying this area right here around 21.50. I did not think it could get through that. So far, that's what happened. Well, look at this market, guys. Strong. RXT, guys, continues to make a move here. RXT continues to make, look at the room it's got. And of course, it's, I don't think it won a race yet. Moving to the top of the leaderboard here. And they just won that last race. RGLS, I'm sorry, RGLS won the last race. I'm just waiting to see if this can get into the 210, 212 area for RGLS. I'm usually highly skeptical of these phase one moves, but you know what? It did hit almost 250 in the pre-market. So, and it really hasn't had like a massive sell-off. I thought that would be it. I thought when it took out two, it would really start to sell off. But so far, not a huge sell-off since the market opened. And the market, this continues to surge here. Another minute for this candle to close, this second 15-minute candle. Still strong, guys. VTYX is still strong. It is not really giving it up. GGR, what could this one do? Let's take a look left. GGR, another, it's not a low float, 191 million. The next high looking left is 526. If it can get through that, 545. And then way up here around 6. So big day for it so far, GGR. I think ALLK actually had a downgrade this morning, I think. It matters that much, I suppose, intraday, but am I right or wrong here? Yeah, ALLK actually had a downgrade, but you know what? Look at this. I mean, yeah, if this takes out, there's the high right there of 509. I do have a price alert set right there. If it takes out 509, I mean, look at the potential move. 634 is the next high looking left. So let's see if this can hold over 5, and especially though if it can get over 509. That's ALLK. That is the high of about 7 days ago. RXT continues to be strong here. RGLS losing interest. Meanwhile, VTYX is still strong. What's the pre-market high? 39.63. Well, why not? Just put an alert there, see if it takes that out. So I've got two races going here, guys. So this race here, the biggest gainers from the open. This is the more volatile of the two. In other words, oh, look at this SH. I saw this one in the pre-market. Not over yet. SHPH. This is the crazy one from a couple of weeks ago, IPO. I mean, you got to be awfully careful again with that float. So this one will show you the volatile movers. This one will show you stocks that are moving, just not quite as much, okay? And perhaps there's nothing, I don't want to say easier to trade, but just a little less, well, not as volatile. You won't see the biggest percentages, but they could be a little more steady. It all depends on your trading style. RXT guys is still really, really strong and holding. Strong and holding. I mean, look, guys. I mean, what was I saying? I mean, this one, most of the other ones that I was watching did not have a lot of room to the next high, but this one certainly did. RXT. Okay, VTYX just took out the high now of the pre-market. Or it's right there, 39.63. Looks like that's the high in the pre-market, and we're right at that high of the pre-market. Wow, nice comeback for Rhythm, guys. RYTM. After sort of drifting down for a few days. There's the high over here is 27.39. So some of these ones that had that big giant red candle, the first 15-minute red candle, some of these are bouncing now. MOS, I think even the SPWR, they're all looking kind of the same. Big giant red candles to start, that first 15-minute candle, and then a little bit of a bounce. BTU doing the same thing, giant red candle to start, a bounce. RXT is still strong, guys. RXT is still strong. Next high again is almost at 6, I believe. I'm sorry, almost at 7. 695 is the next high. So this was the news on Friday, okay, for Rackspace. This was the news on Friday. Multi-million-dollar accelerated migration program to move customers to the private cloud. RGLS is maybe coming back. Well, I wonder if Jordan's around. Look at this one. Look at this SHPH, still not over. That's why I got to watch for that China IPO today. This is not a China IPO, but the China IPOs can go absolutely crazy. Okay, IMRA. Now this was yeah, right, a few days ago, 3 days ago, this got up to 250, had the big day the day before, struggled to get through two, then the next day it blasted through two, it rested on Friday. Now it's trying. 225, and again, 250 is the next high, if it can take out that 225. All right, what's the next high looking at for this one? 43.80 and then 45.94. Well, I'm going to stick an alert there and see if that attracts a lot of traders to this SHPH. Because then after that, the next high is 126. Okay, we have a halt here, ARQQ. This just didn't really see this one at all in the pre-market, really didn't do too much. Market open though, look at this, ARQQ, 18 million in the float, and it just got halted. See if there's any news on this one. Yeah, I mean they're gonna be present. A lot of the news is presenting at this Wainwright or some conference later today. Okay, guys, so there's the ALLK. So it's at that high right now, 509. So look at the potential gap fill, 630. Good volume, 458 million. So, or sorry, thousand have yeah, 1,000 have traded. Well, this is super interesting, guys. The ALLK, very interesting. I mean, there's the high was 509, so it's at 510 right now, and the next high is 631. If this ever gets going, that's all traders are looking at. They're looking at this high of a few days ago and seeing if it could get anywhere close to it. All right, RXT giving it up now, guys. So you stick an alert at 622, see if it reclaims that later on. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the ones that had drifted down at the beginning of the day. All right, mentioned this IDYA. Got to take out 11 at some point. Right now, between 10.6 and 11, it could kind of stall, but you can see that right here at 10.96, that's the next high looking left. If it can get through 11, look at the gap. 14.27 is the next high looking left. Again, when I say this, I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. All right, guys, SPY is still strong. I mean, it had that little wee pullback here, previous 15-minute candle, the 10 to 10.15, but not much so far. So if you're long, things that are more or less tracking the market, you're still in reasonable shape. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, IBRX, kind of interesting. There's a 200-day moving average. It's right at it. 200-day moving average, IBRX. When we look left, let's take a look to see where the next highs are. Yeah, 521. Again, to me, it just looks like there's too much resistance between the current price and 520. Okay, ARQQ just opened. So it got halted at 754. So it's actually just a little bit below the halt price right now. I'm sorry, it got halted at 754. Basically resumed there. Okay. keeping an eye on this. I mean, it it broke down below the halt price, which is what attracts me to something like this on a halts resume. And then, but the only issue is, yeah, not only. I mean, it looks like it's got pretty good resistance between here and 8. I wish that weren't there. I wish it were more of a straight shot to that 950 level. ASO 2260. There it is. Sure, why not? $51 to 2260. So Piper Sandler boasts at, well, that's below where it is right now. So UBS and Goldman Sachs raises it to 53. Barclay lowers it from 375 to 345. I love it. Keep an eye on this STLA, guys. I mean, if it takes out, may not do it today, and again, it may not ever do it, but if it takes out this 1419 level, I'm going to stick a price alert right there, 1419. Okay, because the next high looking left, oops, next high looking left is 1470. So that's for the STLA. It's a huge float, but it's had a great couple of days, 3 days now. All right, so now a top 10 list is starting to be built here. Okay, a watch list. There's the BBIG. I mentioned that one earlier. I didn't love it. Take a look left. Maybe I'm wrong here. I mean, 194 is the next high looking left. I'm sorry, that's 133. Yeah, 133. If I can take out 133, then 194 is the next high looking left. Haven't seen this one for a while. This used to be a super active stock, of course. Yeah, this phase one nonsense has taken effect, I think, anyway, for the RGLS. I shouldn't be so harsh. I mean, okay, phase one, which is usually, I mean, it's nice. I mean, it's better to have positive data in phase one than negative, but still. Look at the market, guys. Red bar ignored sort of on the 15-minute chart. That's on the SPY chart. Okay, give me a moment here. Here we go. The IHS actually has, I think, a little bit of room. It's got to take out 750. Excuse me, got to take out 750 because if it does, then 818 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it's got a little bit of room here. If it can take out that 750 area. And what sort of float? It's not a low float, 103 million in the float. Keep an eye on the AEHR guys, maybe taking out 1385 again. That might give a little bit of a short area. The next low looking left is 1342. So I mean, we'll have about 40 cents if it can get through that. Then of course right down here at 13. But this showed up on Real's trend scan down. All right, let's see if this INM takes out 1620 again. Where's the next high looking left? Yeah, 1650, not that far away. All right, 1650, and then after that would be 1750. So difficult trader though. I mean, it's got a very, very low float, if we can believe that float number. Well, look at INM now, guys. I mean, it just, well, briefly exploded through that high, INM. This is actually one of the better trading days for it in terms of, I mean, it's still incredibly whippy, but we've seen days in which this is straight up and then straight down. Okay, guys, let's be aware of this LICN when it starts to trade. Okay, this is a IPO today, only 6.3 million shares, projected open. Well, I'm sure. Well, I don't know, $4. That's the projected open. We'll have to see if it opens above that. But the big deal is it's China. Okay, so let's wait and see once it starts to trade. LICN. Well, it's not. Well, I have it that I do have that it's priced. Well, I mean, it in theory it's supposed to open today. It hasn't opened yet. That's why you can't get a. Okay, well let me check my calendar again. Yeah, so now it's the week of. Okay, before it was today, but now it is the week of this week. So yeah, it may not open today because before it did say September 12th. So now maybe delayed. Well, at any rate, just put it on your chart, LICN, put a price alert at 1 when it starts to trade, whenever. It'll pop up as your price alerts or as a price alert. PSHA. I'm not sure I've ever seen this one. No volume yet. Well, guys, INM. I mean, I just could not get into it. But look at this, INM. So what did I say? The next high looking left is, well, 1750? Yeah, 1750. You mean 12 o'clock, Phil, or $12? 12 o'clock, right? Eastern time? And it's just right when I take my break. Where do you actually see that in IB? I've never really paid attention to that, but where do you actually see that? Event calendar? Is it the event calendar or US IPOs? Oh, so it was filed at 12 a.m. Okay, so yeah, but it still might not open today. All right, William, well, your RXT starting to work a little bit here. In fact, okay, now it's getting more interesting again because it still has room. It still has room. Takes out today's high. I mean, 695 is the high. Looking left on the daily chart. Hopefully nobody chased this one. INM. I mean, look how got up to what, 723, drops a dollar. Ooh, PXMD. Now this was another crazy IPO. PXMD, what's the next high looking left is 404, so it's above that. Keep an eye on this one, guys. PXMD 469 is the next high looking left. 469, next high looking left, so it's got a little bit of room. And if it can somehow take that out, 657 is the next high after that. And that's the PXMD. Got to be awfully careful. Look at the float, 245,000. Even if that's not exactly correct, it's going to be very low. That's the PXMD. Again, that RXT looks really good. I mean, it's had a 2-bar pullback on the 15-minute chart, and now it's the high of the day is around 632. It does have some room, almost to the 7 level, 695. So on a percentage basis, it's certainly got some room or has some room. ARQQ guys, I mean, it's been whippy as heck, but it is trying to come back here. The high got up to what, 782. Not sure there's any specific news on it. Is bottoming tail, so the sellers did knock it down. Lots of, I don't think it's shortable. Not for me anyway, interactive brokers, but a lot of profit taking, whatever. Excuse me, AEHR. I&M right back up, guys. Wow. Just I just haven't not been able to figure out a way to get into this trade. I'm continuing to watch the ARQQ, especially if it can get back into the 750s. It's highly risky, but I'm just looking at what happened before. So if we can get into the 750s, all right, guys, it's trying to get back into the 750s, the ARQQ. Very risky. Back this out a little bit. This GGR, see what sort of room it still has. 526, 545, and then 573. So a little bit to get through. All right, guys, RXT looks good. It has the room. For the few ones that has some room, legitimate room, without hitting another high too early, 667. Sorry, 695. Now this may be it. This is shortable for me too. VTYX. It is shortable for me. Got up to 41.27. Now it's starting to looks like it's trying to drift down a bit. But of course, you got to be careful. This is still up 66%, and it's an all-time high. All right, guys, 10:47. That's on a fast morning. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. And I'll just go over what you can find on my homepage. A lot of good information there. I'm going to put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Obviously, a way to take out a subscription if you want. Barry for Alpha, 15% off. That's the promo code you can use, 15% off. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have a premium and standard for annual and monthly. So the premium annual is 2,000, less the 15%. Standard is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which is not having a great day today. Can't really see anything happening. What I would do though is do not take out an annual subscription. Take out a monthly to make sure you want the program, okay? Standard is 118, premium is 228, minus the 15% for the first month only. Amazing how many emails we get saying, hey, how come I'm being charged full rate the second month? The premium, the discount's only good for the first month. If it were good every single month, why would anybody take out an annual? Makes sense? So 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. After that, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward, 118 and 228. And nothing wrong with just maintaining a monthly subscription. At any time, though, if you do want to take out an annual, we'll honor the 15%. Just make sure you want the program before you take out an annual. The reason I say that and try to sort of nag at you on this, because you have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund on an annual. So you got to make sure you want it. And the way to do that, start off with a monthly. So let's say you did take out a subscription. The first thing you should do is do this. Let's get started. Okay, it'll run through. It's about 30 minutes long, 10 videos. Starts off with a download and installation, your first startup and login. Okay, please do that first. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for right here. It is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I think it's working okay. I think Netflix is the trade of the week, NFLX. Trigger was 235. So, yeah, I mean, it popped up to 239. It's back down to 235, but that's free. Education section is here in my homepage. Click on that. We have a great user guide. You should have done the getting started, but if you haven't, there it is again, the getting started. So at the very least, with understanding what Trade Ideas is all about, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and certainly about what all the stock racing is about, okay? Click on that stock racing. There's several videos, lots of text. Don't get hung up on how much information is here. Of course, you can go over it later on, but make sure you know what an alert window is, a top list window is, and all about stock racing. There's that getting started again. So daily support session. So today's Monday. It should be Chris Varley in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over, and today's Monday. So it should again be Chris Varley there. And Chris is also there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So before I take my break in the main room at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. I think we're on Monday, Wednesday this week. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, great series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. It starts off with what is a stock? It's all free. And if you want my scans, here they are. So these are the two races that you see. Okay, the biggest gainers from the open here, and then over here, the large cap gainers. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay, so you can take a look at this. So what I would do is save my link. Then you can look at the education, all the scans that I'm sharing anytime you want. Okay, guys, Rackspace RXT still looks good. Oh man, INM. This is the first day that it's done this, guys. I mean, if you've, but just look at the last few days, the way it's traded. Look at these big topping tails. That doesn't tell the true story though, because intraday, this has been so whippy. But today is having its day. Now, it could still sell off, of course, but at this point, though, I mean, that's been other than those two 15-minute candles, that's been a nice steady run. But of note, look at this. It has not won a race. Okay. Every time it's probably been near the top of the leaderboard, but it just didn't win the race. Right now, look at ARQQ. Wow, ARQQ now, 750 now, guys. Let me go over the races right now. Okay. And why I think it's probably the most important thing that you, especially if you're new to trading, even if you're not new to trading though, and you've had trade ideas for years, I really think you should, give the races a really long look. So this is what the races are based on. Now the race always starts off with a top list. Okay. Now you can create your own top list, of course, and launch the race from it. So if you know how to create your own top list, things you want to see, then you just right click. Once you've created, then you right click, launch the real-time stock race. Okay. I just want to show you what my race is based on. So before we had races, the top lists were fine. I mean, interesting way to look at things. Any one of these headers Any one of these headers, you could double left click rapidly and you could sort. So in other words, if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the change from the close of Friday, I would just double left click, okay, rapidly, and I can see VTYX is up 60%, INM 59%, etc. Okay. If I want to see what stocks have moved the most from the open today, their first print of the day, there's ARQQ at 28%, okay, and all the way down. It's all well and good. I mean, it was nice to be able to see that, but how could you trade it really? For instance, in this list of stocks, how do I know which stock is really moving? I mean, obviously, if you stared at these prices and see how they change, of course, maybe you could see what's moving, but that would be a crazy thing to have to do. So we introduce races. So in this particular, all I'm looking for in this particular top list, nothing fancy. I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 share minimum volume, and up 2% from the close. Okay, so I want stocks to be positive for the day, and then so if they meet these requirements, and what will happen is the stock that is moving the most, I'll see it. So what does that mean, moving the most? I run 4-minute races. So I'm 2 minutes, I'm almost halfway through this race right here. And at the end of the race, you can see what's happening. As a stock starts to move higher, it'll appear at the top of the leaderboard. So what does that 2.35% mean? It means when the race started, about 2 minutes ago, that stock moved 2%. So I don't have to stare at these numbers to see what is actually happening. I let the race tell me what are the stocks that are moving in a list of stocks that I want to follow. Okay. And so what happens is two things. I mean, obviously you can start to click on stocks that are starting to move up. But the other thing that's great is that it automatically creates a watch list for you to follow all day long. And there'll be 10 stocks and they get ranked as what stock has won the most races will be at the top. So BBIG won 5 races today. That's why it's on top. VTYX, won 2 races, etc. So this becomes a watch list to follow all day long. A stock may not even be appearing as something that's even moving. Like look at Real right here, okay? It won 1 race probably a long time ago. But what you can do over the course of the day is click on these alerts every now and then and see what's happening with them. Okay? Maybe a stock is just consolidating for a while. Maybe it's getting ready for a move. We don't know. But put a price alert somewhere and see if it takes it out. So that is the beauty of this, okay? It creates a watch list for you for the day. You don't have to do a thing. If you're new to trading, I hate to use the word complaint, but one of the comments that we get about trade ideas is it's too hard. We don't know what to look at and all. So that's why I think with the racing, it gets you to focus on one scan and that's it. Don't worry about everything else that happens, okay? You don't have to use this one. This is what I like. This is another race, but it's based on stocks with larger caps. These stocks are pretty volatile. These stocks are not as volatile. They're larger cap stocks. One of the things I put in here was have to be at least half a billion, 500 million market cap with a minimum of 50 million in the float. So you're not going to see usually the wild percentages here, but you could get stocks that are, I don't want to use the term easier to trade, but less taxing on the nerves. But no question, these are the ones that if you're interested in real action, of course. But if you're new to trading, this can be a little more difficult because they can be, as quickly as they go up, they can as quickly go down. So I'm giving you 2 options here, and I'm sharing both these scans. Yeah, look at I mean solars guys, solars and I guess EVs are still selling off. I mean look at plug, yeah, solars and EVs selling off. Now the market is finally putting in a couple of bars here. So now if you're new to trading or even if you're not new to trading, but you'd like to test out maybe a strategy, you can use our simulator. Sorry about that. Okay, guys, we're getting some cells here. Look at SunPower, look at Plug. Let's take a look at TAN. See what's happening with the ETF. Yeah, these EVs are just getting hit here. I'm looking at a bunch of just keep an eye on the Iraq space. I mean, if you're in this one, I mean, it's got nothing to do with that, but the market is starting to sell off a bit here, just a little bit. Yeah, keep an eye, the RXT, I mean, it looks like it's, being affected a little bit by the market, guys. So I love this one. GME is a dinosaur posing as an innovator. Hilarious. This is on the 10th. Okay, guys, IDYA. I had a price alert set for 11:02. Okay, so let's see where this one could go. You can see why I had that price alert set. Look at the gap fill, potential gap fill for IDYA. All right, I want to just talk a little bit about this Brokerage Plus window as a simulator, okay? Because if you're new to trading, sorry guys, there's some internal discussion going on that I'm trying to keep an eye on. And in fact, I might have to contact one of you guys in the room. Just give me a moment here. All right, I put a link in called Brokerage Plus, okay? And there are two videos in that link. There's a short video that if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? I don't want to dwell on that too much because I really want to concentrate on its use as a simulator. Now, a couple of things. If you're using our web-based version, Brokerage Plus is not available, nor is the racing yet. They're trying to get it onto the web-based version. I don't know when that's going to happen, but they're definitely trying to get it onto the web-based version, okay? But the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this, and how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. So to load Brokerage Plus, just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window that will show up. You may have different columns, but the gist will be the same. It should say not connected. And if you click on SIM, it'll change to account. And then when you click on account, click on simulated trading default, okay? Let me just do something here. Okay, so very simple to use, okay? You click on an alert, the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares, etc., okay? Now, there is another way in which you can quickly take a trade is by clicking on the buy button. Now, if you have a version of Trade Ideas that looks like the buy button is grayed out, then you must have a later version, okay? You have to download a later version. Go to our homepage and do that. Because what the buy button does, it just quickly can put you into a trade. What it does is it buys $5,000 of stock at the price you want, and it puts a stop at the low of the day. Okay, it's just a very quick way show you how you can get into a trade. Now, one of the things you can do, yeah, Holly is available in the web-based version. Yes, it is. Someone had a question in our YouTube room. Holly is available, the web-based version. No auto trading though. Okay, no, I don't believe in auto trading, so I don't even talk about it. So if you're talking about auto trading, no, you have to have our applicate like the downloadable application. But if you're just talking about seeing the AI alerts in a web-based version, yes. So let's take a look at RXT. If I said, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking this trade, but maybe if it gets up to that high again, takes that out. Maybe if the market reverses, maybe that could turn into an interesting trade. So I click on the buy button and the crosshairs will appear. I position my mouse, the dotted line where I want it. Okay, and then I left click, and then you're going to see a buy button or a buy show up on the chart. And it'll at 6:31, it'll take the trade at 6:31. Now it puts a stop way down here at 5:41. Okay, that's the low of the day. Of course, you don't have to do that. We're just trying to give you a really quick way, show you how you can take a trade by assigning a setup, and I can move that buy, or I can move that stop way up. Okay, but assigning a setup to the buy button. So I mean, practice trading before you commit money to the market. Practice trading. Okay. You could also do it on a pullback. In other words, a lot of you wouldn't mind taking a stock if it pulled back to a certain level, maybe to a moving average of some sort. Okay, so let's just say BBBIG. There's that 10 SMA. It's kind of moving up. Let's put a buy at that. See if it takes it right here at 114. So I'll click the buy button again. Crosshairs appears. I'll move it down to that area, and then I left click, and now that buy line will appear in the chart with again a stop at the low of the day. Yeah, I just think this RXT, it's just following the market right now, guys. It was very strong, but it's kind of following the market right now. Unfortunately, if you're in this one, you're probably out now. But if the market reverses, that's why we just put that alert at the potential buy. So that's how you can use this, guys. I mean, practice using the simulator. All right, guys, IDYA on the move here. That big break. I had that price alert set right here. That big break. I mean, just look left, look where it could go. That's where the 200-day moving average is also. Just keeping an eye on this market to see if it has a pause in the selling, just to see if RXT can, base here and maybe go back into the mid 620s. Well, this has still got the room. I know I mentioned this one earlier. So this one, IHS guys, this is trading on its own. It's more like an alpha stock. Doesn't care that much about what the market's doing. Okay, I mean the market has been now straight down for almost an hour. Well 45 minutes anyway. This candle is just starting. Okay, RXT coming back a bit. Okay, starting to get a couple of bottoming tails now in the SPY. All right, KSPN. Haven't seen this one for a while. We had this big day back on August. Whoa, ARQQ guys. I mentioned that one on the 750 break. There it goes. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Wow, PXMD also. Okay, guys, RXT. Now, RXT is kind of following the market, okay, but it looks like it's getting ready again, back over that 630 mark. If the market can just doesn't have to be going higher, just stop going down, okay? I think for the RXT and the ARQQ, all I said was, watch. I'd be interested on a 750 break. Well, that's what happened so far, anyway. And we have a halt. Oh, this thing resumed SMTS. I got halted because of news a long time ago. I don't care about that. It's way under $1. Yeah, maybe the RGLS. I mean, it just maybe it's phase one. I mean, hey, if it takes out, I suppose 210, it could get rocking 212 or so. That's the high in the normal market hours from 9:30. Did get up to 240 something in the pre-market, but remember, it is phase one. Boy, this IHS still has some room, guys. I mean, the next high looking left is 818. It's at 763 right now. Kind of, basing a little, well, actually not really basing. It kind of popped out that 750, moving a little bit higher. I just think it needs a little help from the market, the RXT, which is getting right now. It's not quite an alpha stock, completely trading on its own. I mean, kind of, sort of. I mean, there's only one red candle, okay? Remember, the SPY had three of them. Okay, so you see what happened, guys? I put that buy at 632 in the simulator for RXT. This is in the simulator, okay? Just wanted to show you how that works. So taking out a level, took the trade, and now I can manage the trade. So if I want to get out of the trade right now, if I were in a bunch of trades, I would just highlight the one I want to get out of, and I would flatten it, or I can get out of half my position, or I can double my position. Okay. I don't know. You'd have to check, Raman. I don't know what the 50 SMA. Put it on your chart, and then you can see. Okay. I mean, just put it on a chart. I don't have the 50 SMA. You know how to add indicators on a chart? You know how to do that? The question I've got is the stop for Netflix, NFLX, the trade of the week is the 50 SMA, which I don't have. I have the 200. I don't even know where the 200 is. It must be way above. Yeah, there's the 200, 334. So do you know how to add the 50 SMA to a chart? That's the question. Raman, can you hear me? I mean, I could do it for you, but I think it's better if you learn how to do it, because you might want to put other indicators on. Hmm. ARQQ guys on that 650 break. Bad now. So you've got to be careful, on any one of these. I mean, it had the nice pop up to 8, and then look at the drop now. I don't see any news on them. I don't see any news. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, a lot of these things pop just because they're going to be presenting at these global investment conferences. And that is today at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, guys, so when you ask me a question, it really helps me to know whether or not you have me on mute or not, because I do try to answer every question, but when I'm answering and I don't get a response, I have no idea if you have me on mute, obviously. Michael, you know what? You ask those sort of questions all the time. Okay? You're always wondering why things don't happen because you're reading a press release and you're wondering, well, why didn't it do this? It's the market. Okay? I think you drive yourself crazy every time you ask a question like that. I see a press release, it looks like it, and we got price targets. How come it's not moving higher? Okay, so Remen, can you put the 50 SMA on a chart? I don't have it on a chart. I mean, I could do it, but what I was trying to explain is that I think it's better if you know how to do these things. Well, can you put the 50 SMA on a chart? I mean, I can show you how, but yeah, IDYA guys, I've been talking about this one. I mean, look at the gap. Look at that potential. I'm not saying it's getting to 1422, but That's what traders look at. Oh man, just could not. Interesting. Well, so this is 1-4 races now. INM. I mean, it's even getting close to that 200-day moving average. This has been the best day, obviously, for it in terms of the way it's traded. Only that one 30-minute pullback, which for it is awesome. My hometown, they're in Vancouver. Okay. INM. Pretty low float, IDYA, pretty low float. Wow, 11, sorry, 30 million. Okay, there's RXT. Market certainly is trying to help it a little bit here. So Remen, did you were you able to add the 50 SMA to the daily chart so you could check exactly because that it'll be moving, all week. Wow, 11:30 already. This has been a really fast morning. All right, I think it's Chris in our YouTube room before when I take my break at noon. I'm gonna confirm that. Oh, look at this. Now I saw this one, pre-market. I saw it 10, and I said, yeah, I've seen this story before. And look what it did. I mean, it got up to 12.59, and then it got right back down to 10. This is the 8 o'clock candle, 8 to 8:15 candle on the 15-minute. I thought, okay, yeah, same old story. I couldn't have been wronger, more wrong. Just goes to show, past trading history does not necessarily dictate what it's going to do on any given day. Because remember, 3 days ago, this stock got up to 1222 and it got down to 753. The next day, it got up to 1102 and went back down to 753. I mean, it didn't close there, but I mean, those are five, $4, $5, $6 swings, on an $11 stock, $10 stock. And Friday, 1323, nine. I mean, they're $4 swings. Today, no, well, not yet anyway, no big sell off yet. All right, now take a look at Clovis. This is what I'm saying about the top list, okay? The watch list that is automatically created for you. I don't think I've seen Clovis at all for a long time. Won two races early on in the day. But now look what it's doing. I'm not saying this is wonderful. I'm just saying, but check, when you look at something like this, you might look at this and go, okay, it's kind of consolidating. Maybe if I put a price alert above or a potential buy button, above that price, maybe it gets running. I mean, I looked at this and I didn't like it because of the daily chart, but just in general, that's why I'm saying click on the alert that you see in the watch list and see what it's doing. Okay. That's how you use it. And in the afternoon, a lot of these ones that were flying in the morning, a lot of times what happens is they just kind of do nothing for several hours. Then all of a sudden, sometime in the afternoon, the enthusiasm comes back and they start moving again. So that's why it just, I mean, I can't emphasize enough. If you're new to trading, you can be, you can be clicking on alerts all day long and getting nothing done. But this gives you a great automatically constructed watch list. And this is one over here too. These ones are not quite as volatile. So, the large cap gainers, not as volatile. But look at this ASAN. I mean, you might look at that and go, okay, the next high, 27.33. Oh, it's not, it's 50, 60 cents away from the price right now. Yeah, so this is the RXT is really starting to follow the SPY too much, in my opinion. No, maybe not. Maybe not. RXT still looks pretty good. I mean, it's got the room to seven. That's the big thing. Okay, Paul. Well, obviously it should. Is your computer set? I'm on the West Coast, as most of you know, but my computer is set to 9:30. Trade Ideas is set to 9:30. Make sure of that. Okay, that's probably the reason. Yeah, it just makes it easier. I mean, I just again, I set my computer is set for Eastern Time Zone, New York, and Trade Ideas. So and my brokerage platform, so it's all in sync. I never have to worry about stuff like that. I just have to make sure when I look at my computer clock, I go, whoa, 11:41 already, and it's only 8:41. Well, you were right about the RGLS. Yeah, nice lift actually. Nice lift. Well, it has taken out now that high of 212, which was the market high. All right, it is Chris. It is Chris who will be taking over for me in the YouTube room at noon. Again, I take my break between 12 and 1. So before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. All right, guys, just looking here at this is in the simulator, RXT in the simulator. All right, guys, I am just kind of watching. This IHS is interesting. Another one that's interesting. Why? Because look at the room it's got. 818 is the next high looking left. So from 769, if it got anywhere close to 818, that'd be a great percentage move. Yeah, the RGLS guys, yeah, that was a nice move. I did not take it. Did not take the RGLS. Interesting. So E-Trade has shorts available for RGLS. IB does not. Guys, take a look at Levi. Levi, interesting level. Now, what did it get up to? It got up to 1830, 1841. But look left. I mean, 19 is the next high. So if this sort of bases here a bit, and if it starts to move, over that whole number, which I like, of course, over the whole number, is Sienna interesting? Yeah, I don't really look at patterns like that, but let's take a look. CIN, whoops, CIEN. Where? You mean down here? Way down here at 42.48 or so? I mean, it's already broken out, so see, I mean, I don't know how interesting it is. I mean, the two lows, 42.23 and 42.52. So a couple of lows there and starting to move a bit, I guess. But, the next high, well, the intraday high, what was it? 45.46. Yeah, watch out, guys, on your longs right now because this market looks like, after that little pop 30 minutes ago, looks like it wants to give it up. So, yeah, to me, though, I mean, it's already had the bounce off that 42. I thought it would be a lot better if this were still sitting in this area, in my opinion, of course. Well, this had a downgrade this morning, ALLG, but so far that downgrade has not affected it at all. So the next high looking left is 659 for ALLG. So this is certainly kind of bucking the trend here of the SPY to a certain extent. And that's what we see for these small ones. They're not as affected by what overall markets are doing. Are we yet? Are we past that decade yet? I can't remember. I think it was 2018, so we still have a few years to go. Not bad though. Hasn't been bad. I think I had earnings. Yeah, this is on the 31st, so it had the nice pop on earnings. And you know what? It hasn't given it up. There's a 200-day, 23.36, so it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Well, let's just take this trade, okay? Drop it right at in the simulator. Drop it right there. Okay, so it took the trade 547 at 546 ALLG. So you can practice swing trading in the simulator. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. Okay, so you can practice swing trading using the simulator. Again, our simulator uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker to use it. So you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service. And you can practice in our simulator. All right, guys, 11:53. So in about, I'd say about 6 minutes or so, Chris is going to show up in our in the YouTube room. All right, guys. Well, RXT is still pretty strong here. So this is now kind of trading on its own. The RXT is definitely, I mean, look what the market's doing. So it is now, oh, Chris, you were early.
I am early.
You were early.
I
Were
decided
you
I don't feel
eager?
like answering any more tickets. So
Just give me a moment as I,
take your time. Take your time.
no, I just wanted to shut down my music so I can hear you. Well, do you want to take over right now or do you want to wait?
I am on your schedule. I am here for you, Barry.
Okay. Well, great. I'll just let them know that you're in the room. Guys, I'm talking to Chris. He's in our YouTube room right now. So here, guys, in our main room is the YouTube link. You can head over there. Moment. Hey, Chris, if you want to take over now, great.
You got it. I swapped that screen, and I'll see you in about an hour and 5.
You will. Thanks, Chris.
All right, Barry. Have a good break. All righty, everybody. Happy Monday. Get myself settled in here. Take my earphones out. Set the timer for Barry to come back. All right, perfect. And yeah, here we are again. Another gap up day. Some exciting moves, some moves that have failed, and not a shabby day from the averages on the open here. well, we've gone sideways for a while after the initial, let's say, 45-minute move up. It look like we're fading a little bit here now as we move into noon, but we'll see how that goes. Wolf, how are you? We'll see how that goes. So what I'm talking about here is on the SPY, where I'm talking about kind of the fade and the move. Where's my drawing tool? I didn't launch that today. So, depending on how we squash these charts in and out is, how things are going to kind of look here. If I do this, it looks worse. If I do this, it looks a little better. So you're putting a little red bar here, coming to the bottom of the gap from today this morning. But again, it's a pretty sizable move here again. The last, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 trading days off that recent bottom again. So for those of you that were with me last Friday, I talked about this move here seemed more significant to me than this move here. The reason why is that here it felt like, oh, we're looking to start a new bull market and we're ready to go. And then all of a sudden we got up to this level and, the sellers really just came and pounded. And I felt like, sure, we got these 2 days here and we made it back up to 400, but I felt like the sellers, had that shot where, we talk about don't short in the hole. So here, a lot of the sellers or the shorts probably made some covers into here. And you would have thought they would have come pouncing in here on Friday. That's what I thought was going to happen. And no, it was completely the opposite. Friday, we not only had a gap up, it was a gap up and go, and really just held it into the weaker hours of the morning and into the afternoon. And the buyers are just able to grind higher all the rest of Friday. And then they come right out and gap us up again. Does that mean the bear market's over? No, it doesn't mean the bear market's over. I mean, some people are going to tell you it is. Some people are going to tell you it's not. You had people telling you the bear market was over and then we came down here. I wouldn't call that just a pullback. It is what it is. But I just feel like the sellers, the bears, not being able to pounce here on Friday was a really big fumble on their part. So, make of those things what you will. I am someone who's just not going to chase things moving up in this market. And yes, am I going to miss some stuff? Absolutely, I am. I just rather be careful putting money to work on the swing side of things right now. While I'm uncertain, and I'm okay with being uncertain. I don't get paid for my opinion. I get paid for making solid trades based on my own trading plans and what I'm reading in the tea leaves. The tea leaves do tell me maybe some risk on is on deck here, but I'm just not going to rush out to that on a Monday here in September. That's just how I am. And that's, kind of a more of a swing trader's point of view of things at the moment. We look here at the day's action. There's been a whole lot of it. INM, that was the one today. It was a good move on Friday, had that big gap up, came down and nearly filled that gap, and has just really continued to explode off of that level there. And again, this morning it came down, just came below the opening range on the first 15-minute candle, and has began to explode again after that. Hindsight being 2020, I really wish I had taken it on pullback. I thought about it in here. I didn't execute it. I don't have a good excuse for not doing it. It was I had the order ready and I was just chicken. That's all there was to it. So but that's it. I didn't execute there. That was kind of poor on my part for not executing there. I liked the setup. The spread came in. It wasn't absolutely terrible. I wasn't going in at a big share size. I was, going to really let the low of the day. I was going to let somewhere in between the low of the day and that right there kind of dictate what I did. I didn't. That's all there is to it. So, Gutless Chris, Gutless Iris, what's happening? How are you? So that's it. I don't know if I'll revisit it on the day today. I mean, things up almost $8 at this point. It was probably up about $8 somewhere up here, a little more than $8. I just not feeling putting that kind of risk on at this point. Well, it still looks strong overall on that chart. On a 5-minute chart, it looks actually, well, here it's starting to break, but it started to break there and it started to break here and was able to boost off of those. Also, we're in the noon hour. I will not make any trades today during this hour, no matter what happens. There's no reason. There is not a thing that will happen that will make me say, hey, let me enter a trade now. If we're looking to close strong today and I see something that I like on the swing side, I may take it, but I'll be looking more for, I would like it if we kind of close sideways the rest of today, and then tomorrow we move sideways overall in the overall market. If we can close sideways mostly for the rest of today, hold that gap up, and then tomorrow we're kind of sideways, slightly up or slightly down, and we look like it's an okay close tomorrow, I might look to put some swing trade work for the first time in a while tomorrow. So we'll see. Let's just continue on through a little more of today's price action, kind of more the day trading side of things. And of course, always folks there, this is a open forum. So there's a few people that I've actually spoke with in our live chats and some emails today that I said, hey, I'd like to illustrate some of the things we're talking about live on screen. If you're one of those people, you're here, please make sure you reach out in the chat panel so I could go over those. There was someone that I was in a chat with earlier that I was trying to explain how top list history isn't as good as looking at history through an alert window, because the way top lists round off times and they're not giving you timestamps like the alerts do. So if you are here, please let me know so I could go over that with you. Okay, continuing to push forward for now until any of those folks reach out here. IBRX is something I've been watching here. It's had this big move already today. A lot of this has been me not wanting to chase and kind of being gutless. I had a price alert set for $5 on this. This was coming through, the race much earlier here. You can see IBRX, been on the races all day. Again, I just didn't take it. I don't have an excuse other than I just had this fear of chasing anything this morning and getting rug pulled on me. Literally no excuse for not taking that trade. That was a really nice setup there. And on a 5-minute chart, it was even better looking setup here. Kind of really kicking myself right now. ALLG is another one. Same thing here. I had price alert here at that $5. It went up, came back through, and made another nice move off of that. Again, no excuses right now other than really just kind of, I just, for some reason, I'm not feeling it well. So I didn't go after these trades. But that's 3 trades that were on these races, and all 3 of them were very, very tradable, for me. And I didn't. This one, not as much. While it's been on the races a bunch, I made that initial move and then a move through 5. Didn't give me an entry I was comfortable with there. That's personal preference on that. Just didn't see it there for me. RXT, this was one that I think, again, a failure on my part. I had a price alert actually around 610. Nice move. Nothing, not setting the world on fire, but, fill it, 610, 611, 612, and a move up into the 630s. It's an okay trade. You can't argue that, nice little move there. PNT, this one a little more difficult. Especially that big candle off there. I'm still watching it here, really liquid, good volume in it still as far as the relative volume goes. Of course, as we move towards the middle of the day, we've seen the volume come out a little bit or come down a little bit here. But I'm going to keep an eye on it, see if it makes a break over 10 again and makes a run up. There's no reason to take that off the watch list. Like I said, right now, for the next 2 hours, there's literally nothing that will get me in a trade. If it goes without me, so be it. But that won't be me being chicken like I was earlier with some of the other ones. It's simply I'm just not going to chase in this time frame or this time period of the day. It's part of my trading plan. That's all there is to it. Very, very rarely will I do that. Today isn't one of those days, especially when I see the SPY doing what it's doing here and putting in some red candles. I'm really not going in after anything at this point with that. So you like that, Dave? Yeah. Yeah, Dave, I got no excuse on some of those. On some of those early ones, IBRX, ALLG, INM. I have no excuse. That it was there. It met criteria. I just simply didn't hit buy for whatever reason. Like I said, I've got no excuse. I didn't hit buy. A little bit disappointed in myself. That's all I can say. Sam, how are you? Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. We're doing all right over here. TNX. I'm guessing that is some kind of inverse or. No, whatever TNX is, I can't say I watch it. I'm guessing it's some kind of futures contract, maybe, or something else that we won't have data for. If you tell me what it is, I might know a ticker that will relate to it that we could look at here, but I'm not sure on that one, Wolf. It has been a while, Sam. It has been a while. I'm really fixated on these races. I've been fixated on these races since early January of this year, to be honest. I stopped swing trading for a while. So, I'm kind of sitting there with these, and what I was using for a lot of the trading that I was using had to do with my evening scan and setting up ideas going into the next day. A lot of that wasn't working going into the end of last year, and I decided to mess around with these races, and I've just been really day trading these races since. The market hasn't really done anything different to convince me to swing trade, with the exception of, we had this nice run back here. However, unfortunately, when this run really got going here, I was getting ready to go on vacation, and then I was on vacation, and then I came back from vacation here, and I decided I didn't want to chase anything swing trading wise after missing out on that. So I am hoping that what's going on here, maybe a little sideways and then a push up, gives me a chance to get back into some swing trading, do a little more scanning and things like that. So, the 10-year. No, yeah, I don't really pay attention to the 10-year at all, Wolf, to be honest. I don't pay attention to bonds at all. Maybe it's a sin. I don't know. The price action of the indices is what I'm really looking at, using the SPY, the Qs, and the IWM. Really the SPYs more than anything else, in the RSP. And, I like my sector list here. I go through a lot of that sector list. You got enough of you are here with me to know how I feel about those sector lists. Yeah, definitely, Sam. Hang out here for a little bit. These races are, I'm a huge fan. And I was one of those people that was beyond skeptical at the beginning of the races. In fact, I was one of those people that was like, what the heck is this? And then all of a sudden something clicked for me. And it's been, as I do love a good pun, it has been off to the races ever since. So I have a little spiel I do with the races and why I like them and how I use them. So give me 2 seconds and I'll kind of give that a rundown here. I just wanted to look at a couple of more things that I was looking at this morning here. IHS, I'll throw that out here. Another one. I'm feeling like a bit of a loser here going over some of these. I had a price alert set here over that break, and again, while off that price alert, I wasn't setting the world on fire. I wasn't retiring off that trade, but I never would have gotten in trouble off that price alert had I decided to take it. Again, no excuses. Something about today, I'm just not feeling it. I don't know. When they say you're not feeling it, you don't trade. And it kind of stinks because that's, 4 or 5 really solid trades I can point to that I didn't take. And again, this has been in the races a whole bunch today. Not always winning, but it's been here. It's been strong price action off of it. Really good liquidity, really good volume. And as I like to illustrate the difference between liquidity and volume here, for me anyways, this is liquidity here. 1.1 million shares traded. You can get in and out of this. There's no question about that. Here's the volume though relative to that liquidity, and that volume is really humming along relative to the liquidity that we see here. And so it's really a failure on my part today, but I'm okay with that, because what if I wasn't feeling it and I had been wrong, or I had been right not feeling it, and price action had fell and I had gone in? As I say, I'd rather miss out on the upside on a day than participate on the downside. It's just the way today kind of shook out for me so far. RGLS, this one I've got price alert set on this. I'm going to continue to watch this here, see if this can't give me a setup into the rest of the day. One thing I like to note here on this is RGLS has these big moves like this here and gives them up very easily. So it's, that small float, so it can definitely do some stuff. It can definitely move. Massive liquidity at 30.5 million shares traded. Massive, massive, massive volume on that relative scale, doing nearly 500 times what it's doing here. So, I mean, we have to go all the way back into the beginning, middle of May to see anything like what we've seen for volume. It's just been empty with volume in that downtrend. But again, day trading vehicle, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, the only investment thesis that anybody could have here possibly is if they know the pharmaceutical company, they do the research with it, they follow along, they know their pipeline. That's not who I am. That's not what I'm ever talking about. Perhaps someday it will be. Today is not that day. I'm sure this has some kind of news. Again, as per usual, it would be impossible for me to care less about that news right now. I have zero interest in taking this home overnight right now. There's zero chance that will happen. So there's no reason for me to expend my brain and my effort and my time in researching something that I have no plans on taking action on. So, yeah, I'm feeling exactly what you're saying there, Dave. I'd love to see it flat-ish to down a little bit. I'd love to see this 15-minute EMA catch up and kind of just drag it along and see if we can't get a push in and around power hour. But till then, and again, it could go without me. I'll live with that. That's my trading plan. That's not me being chicken. That's just my trading plan at this point in the day. And I did not see this early enough to have, if it was on the races earlier, I mean, it was, I guess, probably was on the races here. I never set a price alert. Actually, I only set the price alert here at 219, about 20 minutes before I came into the session here with you folks. So, it was on there early. I'm sure of that. I didn't see it. So, there's just nothing for me to comment else on that. So, but I do want to just keep it up with the S. I got you. Well, you know what it is? I don't have, I suppose I could keep that up on charts with one of the brokers between TOS or TWS. Just never felt the need for it. That's all. So, and I checked the VIX only on my Thinkorswim app on my phone once in a while, just to see, doing a quick math on what the implied volatility is for that. Let's see, make sure I didn't skip over anything here. Yo, Peter, you had SGML. Let me take a look at SGML. That would be good if I could type, right? SGML. Oh, wow. Yeah, nice big move here. SGML. How's that not? I can see, because the change from open isn't going to probably be as big as some of the other changes from open based on a percent basis here. That's why I'm not seeing it as much through the races. There, I mean, here it is on the race rate here. And again here. So it's on there. It's just not winning races because on a percent basis on the change from open, it's not as well. Where on a dollar basis it is, but it's not gonna take out those PTNs, the IBX, things like that. So just because of working from a percent basis. A solid looking chart, I would look for it here. I'd be setting a price alert near high of the day and hoping that, moving averages catch up to it and can eventually push it through. Again, you've got this falling volume, but I think it's very normal as you head into this time of the day here. But that looks like it could be, you've got the sellers couldn't do it here on Friday, came right back up off this bottoming tail and grinding higher. Nice gap up and go for most of the day. Like I said, we're in that quiet part of the day as far as I'm concerned. You're gapped up over a lifetime high. Unfortunately, our data provider isn't giving us a short float, but I'll suspect that that short float is not a small one, but we can see shorts have been moving out. So this has got a lot working for it here. Definitely got a lot working for it here. Lithium, and I've talked about over the past couple of weeks that lithium overall looks strong. LIT. Here LIT, and that stock is strong relative to LIT today. LTHM, another lithium play. This one gapped down and reversing, so could be a different way to look at this one actually, at this whole concept here on this gap down and reversal. And then LAC, another way to look at lithium plays. Just take a look at the overall sector and then individual names again. This gapped up, actually gave it up, and now is on a reversal streak here. So definitely some interesting looks from lithium overall there. So just kind of comment on Peter's SGML. Yeah, Terrical. Same thing. It's not that I don't look at the evening scan as well anymore. I still am looking at that scan. It's just that I'm not a believer in some of the follow through right now. And I know there's been a lot of stock. There's actually been a lot of stocks that have been coming through it that have been near at all time highs and actually had some good follow through on them. But I just don't want to put long-term money to work. And when I say long-term, I mean anything overnight. Just not feeling it. That's all there is to it. So, no signs on my desk. I have a really junky Walmart desk that I bought years and years ago when I first was learning to trade and all that. And I just kind of held on to this desk. I don't really see no upgrade for now. But it's a really, really junky particle board desk. No signs, just the stickers my daughter put on here when she was a toddler. I'll leave those on there out of sentimental value. We talked about that. Yeah, on the DXY, the only thing I look at is the, what is it, UPP or UUP? UUP, right? Yeah. Look at this. So look, I mean, the inverse correlation, we can see it over and over again here. Dollar and the markets. Here's a 15-minute chart on both, going back a few days on both. So here's today on both those. There's Friday, and here is Thursday, and we can see the dollar gaps up and starts to give it up eventually. The SPY and the market gap down and then reverse it, and we can just see a very clear inverse here between the dollar and the markets itself. So you'll talk to one group of people, they want a strong dollar, others don't. I just want to make money. I don't really care at this point. I'm not going to pretend like I'm smart enough to understand all those things. So yeah, I mean, I'm not waiting for any black swan wolf. I've been in the camp since January. I've said this a whole lot of times when we were doing our spaces on Twitter for a little bit there. I said over and over again, I don't think there's going to be some big black swan. I don't think the VIX is ever going to spike. I don't think we're going to get some holy cow sell-off that's like, what just happened? I think there'll be some really sizable ones that are like, wow, but nothing like epic or anything like that. I don't think we ever see a massive spike in the VIX. I think it just continues to be, as long as the bear market lasts and we get sell-offs, it'll just be a continuing grinding and pounding down on dip buyers until the bear market ends. Now, has the bear market ended and we're beginning of a bull market? I mean, it's possible. We could have bottomed in June, and then we could have seen a higher low just recently now on this past sell-off and making our way to take out the prior highs from a couple of weeks ago. All that's possible. I won't speculate to whether it has or has not happened. Again, I mean, anybody can throw their hat in the ring on any of that stuff. It's just not, just not what I do. It's not who I am. I like to live in the here and the now. But I just don't think we're going to have that big event. And if there is one, it's going to be something way beyond any of our controls, right? It's going to be something awful, probably for the entire world. And I'm certainly not wishing anything like that. Just like I'm wishing for a bull market. I am wishing for a new bull market right now. I don't particularly care for bear markets. I don't, I'm not a permable. Bear markets are a part of natural cycles. They're healthy. They get rid of garbage companies, or they're supposed to anyways, until we decide to rescue too big to fail, all that nonsense. But with all that stuff aside, garbage companies are going to fail. If Peloton can't make a pivot and a move, eventually that stock's going away, or they get bought out by someone. Do I want people to lose their jobs? No, but this is the ebb and flow of how markets work, and they're gonna, there's markets are supposed to pick winners and losers based on performance. So, DraftKings another one. If DraftKings is going to hang around, eventually they'll see their day and they'll be coming back, or Zoom conferencing, so on and so forth. So, Teddy, do you use E-Trade? Nope, no, Teddy, I've never used E-Trade. It's one of the brokers that I've never gotten to. It's not that there are not new brokers planned for trade ideas, but the bottom line is this: every broker we try to connect to does not work with us. They don't care. They don't know who we are. They generally don't take our phone calls from us to them saying, "Hey, we want to link with you." The few that have are literally IB, E-Trade, and TD Ameritrade. IB is good in the sense that they have a very workable, usable API. It's reliable. They keep it up to date. They don't work hand in hand with us, but they don't ignore us. E-Trade said, eventually when they finally started taking our calls years ago, they said, yeah, plug in the API. Here's what you'll need to do it. And then we got into their API and we said, wow, your API hasn't been updated in 10 years. And they said, okay. And that was the end. That was the end of the conversation. I said, are you going to do anything? They said, no, why would we? We don't have any use for it. We have no need for it. It doesn't matter to us. You want it, you figure out how to use it like that. And of course, that's, where it's kind of been ever since. And we're always trying to fix, quote unquote, fix their API, all one-sided from our side. TD Ameritrade was even worse. Took forever to let us in. When we got there, we said, hey, your API is not even usable. And they said, hey, we don't care. That was literally it. And that's why we haven't done anything with TD Ameritrade since. So we've done a lot of plumbing on our side for a few different brokers. But again, it's a completely one-sided effort. They barely, if they even know who we are, they barely know who we are. And it's only literally 5 people from those brokers know who we are out of the thousands and thousands and thousands that work there. Number one. Number two, they don't care about us. Number two, they don't care about you. They couldn't possibly care less about you. If everybody that's in the stream closed their brokerage accounts today, your broker wouldn't care. And that's a sad reality, unfortunately. But it is what it is. It's the world we live in. So long story long, Teddy, yes. Are we trying to? Yes. Unfortunately, from our side, it's 100% one-sided effort, and we can get no help from the dev teams on the other sides. Mike C., what is happening? Happy Monday to you. Yeah, exactly. As long as I'm making a living, Sam, here, that's got it. My 15-year chair with hole, but I bet that's comfortable. Yeah, that Jackson hole. I mean, that's the kind of nonsense. Like, I mean, come on. I mean, how are people supposed to trade? And especially when every week one of these jokers is going to take up a microphone and jawbone the markets one way or the other. I mean, I really think, a personal opinion here. I really think that the Fed should not be doing interviews. Period. They should come out when they make a decision on rates. Say, here's our decision. Here's why we did it. We'll see you in 6 weeks. We'll see you in 8 weeks. Whatever it is. Aside from that, I mean, the Fed has been completely politicized, and I mean, I think everybody can agree with that. And they should just simply not be allowed to have a mic. That's all there is to it. But it's not the world we live in, unfortunately. So, I guess maybe paying a little more attention to when these jokers are at symposiums and whatever else they are, and they're going to have a mic in front of them. Kind of got to know, unfortunately, and just hope that they don't wreck your trading plan, because if you could have a good trading plan, everything could be going well, and they can come and wipe it out with literally 5 words because the algos get a hold of those words, and it's really stupid, but it is what it is. All right. So with all that said, let me go off on my tangent here on the races. For those that don't understand what the races are, the race at its core is a top list. So I'm going to go and I'm going to open the top list here on my relative strength from the open scan. Also, I just want to show that these 2 races with the X are exactly the same, except this is showing top 10 winners and this is showing all winners. All right. This scan here with the X and the circle is the same exact scan, only it has a higher price value and or higher price range. These ones here, again, they're $2 to $30. This one here is $2 to $100. That's it. Everything else is the same between these scans. With that said, let's break them down now. What I've done is I have said top list. I want you to find me these stocks between price X and price Z, traded at least X amount of shares on the day. I want to see that. Now, I do not use Bollinger Bands. Yes, Iris can absolutely. Oh, no, it's Sam. Sorry. Your icon looks similar to Iris's. Actually, no, it doesn't. I don't know why. I guess just the grayish, because you both have that gray, Sam. Sorry. Yeah, I'll share it out right now with you here. Give me 1 second, and then I'll get back into the spiel. File, load from cloud, relative, strength from the open, share, copy, close window, and paste. And off you go. So the one that I just shared there, Sam, is the one that's got the price range between $2 and $100. And you can just go in and change that really easily, and I'll go over that as well in a moment. So back into the configure of the top list. I said top list, you're finding me stocks between X and Z for price. Happens to be 2 to 30 on this one. Traded at least 200,000 shares on the day. And then even though I never look at Bollinger Bands, I decided I wanted to use Bollinger Bands on 15-minute time frames to try to find momentum. So I put an 80% in there on a minimum above the lower Bollinger Band. So, price, show me stocks with prices at least 80% of the way above the lower Bollinger Band there. And then I stuck in, on this has got a 1 minute volume percent, but I use a 5 minute on the one that I just shared with you just because of the customs, but it doesn't affect anything. The reason why I put a 25 there on this and it's a 15 on the other one, it's a 15 on this one here. So I can bring that up, right click, open top list. And the configure there. The reason why I put this here on those volumes, 5 minute or 1 minute, is because when I first created the scan, I was getting these stocks that would trade like big 100,000 lot shares a couple of times a day and start winning races or be at the top of the races, but they didn't really have any action in them. It was just someone was taking shots at some large positions in them, but then they wouldn't trade for half an hour, 40 minutes again. So while they had liquidity, they had no real volume in them. So this was my way of getting rid of those. So essentially I said, top list, find me stocks that meet this. Now I need to order them. So the sort on them, I said, all right, top list, you found me those stocks. Now I want you to order them from ones that are up the most from the open. Logic behind up the most from the open is this. What if I've got stocks that are really active, but they gap down and they're making a beautiful reversal? I want to see those stocks. So all of a sudden something gapped down 10%, but now has made an 8% move off that gap down up from the open. I want to see that stock. And that's why I went there. So that's how the top list part of it functions. Then we launched the race. And in the race, I have told the race on the setup, I want you to show me the lanes as the stocks that I'll see. So I want you to show me the top 10 stocks. That's why I picked 10 lanes from this breakdown. I am running 3-minute races. Now, at the beginning, I arbitrarily picked 3 minutes. I had no reason behind 3 minutes whatsoever. However, after a while, I said, well, I like 15-minute charts. And at 3 minutes a race, that's 5 races per 15 minutes. So that kind of makes sense for me to go that direction with it. And I left it there just like that on those. Then I said, I want to race based on the change from open on a delta value. So as you're based on, and there's your sort of the delta value. And the reason why I did that is I said, all right, I found the strong stocks that I want. I've got them ordered. Now I want to see how they're moving now as they make the scan. So something could be up, let's say 5% from the open, and something can be up 8% from the open, right? But the 5% from the open is now the one that's really moving, right? But it's not going to overtake that 8% probably for a little while, but I'm going to see it moving on the race and moving towards the top and moving out front because we're racing on the delta value, kind of starting them all over and even again. So that's the short and skinny of how these races work. A lot of questions have come in over time about using them for swing trading. I think they have a value in swing trading. I think the issue is, since the races have become popular, swing trading itself has suffered because of the bear market that we've been in. But thoughts behind the swing trading is, I would build a swing trading race just like I build a swing trading scan from the top list. So for example, my evening scan, I've set up more for kind of swing trading ideas. And that's how I would set up a swing trading race. I just think we're not in a great environment for it. Not that it's an impossible environment, not that there isn't good ideas from it. They're just harder to find, and you've got to be a lot pickier with them. So with that said, that's kind of how I have basically done, basically the logic that I have behind possible swing trading races in the future. The other thing with the swing trading from the races is, you've got this wonderful list, whether you want to look at all winners or just top 10 winners here. And you could take those and then do some data analysis and working through charts, throughout the day and after hours, to see how that's, how those shape up and fit into your scanning for swing trade setups. PXMD making a big move here. Looks like some serious volume trying to come in, or am I wrong? Yeah, 1 minute volume trying to get up there. We can see here, big fall off on volume after this pop here, trying to make some noise here. So we're right at the beginning of this 15-minute candle for volume, and it's already set to take out the prior 15 minutes. So like I said, I'm not going to go after this. It's just the market time where I won't. And this is one of those ones where, if I was going to break my rules, it might be here, especially looking at this time and sales and the volume that's coming in and the price action. But I just can't, especially look here, look left. We're coming right into that resistance from that day. Yeah, maybe it's going to pile over it and I'm going to miss it. I'll have to live with it. Looking at this time and sales here, and it's really grinding higher. I'll be sad if I miss it, because it could run right up to $6 pretty easily here, or 5 and change anyways. Could it do it? Yeah, it looks like it's set to do it, to be honest, but I'm just not. I'm not going for it. Can't do it, Captain. Can't violate the rules here on a Monday. So yeah, really, anyways, that's that. So, of course, Sam, of course. And let me know, Sam, if what I just went over makes sense. If you have questions on it, or I was unclear about something, or something you'd like me to touch on a little bit more. And of course, I'll go back over that for you there. So I know that, the races take a little bit to get used to. The other thing for the races for me, especially the day trading, is I was not a very good day trader. I've become a pretty decent day trader with the races. I think it's a visual thing here, having these like this, and I set up price alerts. So I've got a price alerts window going right here, and I clear the price alerts out of here every single day, and I start fresh. So I've got these price alerts, and I've got a voice alert set with those price alerts. So I'm just really kind of staying on top and monitoring those like that, and really giving me a good set. RGLS really went, huh? Oh man, killing me, Smalls. Yeah, just one of those days. You ever hear? I don't know if you folks have ever heard of the saying, "You just got 2 left feet today." That's me today. I have 2 left feet on everything. Just not seeing it clear, not feeling it well. I'm out of step. I'm out of step with 2 left feet. So, all right, perfect. Good deal, Sam. Good deal, Sam. Iris says, Chris, can you build a race for pullbacks, i.e., stocks that shot up on high volume, start a pullback, and starting to come up with volume again? Yeah, same thing for me. 2 left hands. Of course, anybody that's left-handed might find that insulting, and well, sorry. Could I make something like that? Sure, Iris. Let's do it as an exercise right now. Let's get a top list here. Let's go right to the window specific filters. We'll give it a $2 price bottom. We'll give it no price top. Amount of shares traded today. Let's give it 325. 325,000 shares traded on the day. Let's give it some kind of range. So we're going to go with position. So position today's range. All right, let's add that filter. Let's say it's got to be off the high of the day by 25%. but I don't want to see it completely collapsing. So let's put a 50 in here. So essentially I'm saying, show me stocks where the price is between 50% and 75% above the low of the range. So, I'm looking for stocks that are between, let's say, here and here. So it's made this high, it's pulled back, but it hasn't collapsed back towards the low of the day yet. And I think that's all I'm going to do on this here. I'm going to, again, sort them from the change from open. I'm going to call it pullback race from support levy. All right, so there's the top list, and nothing is meeting this top list currently. Nothing is meeting that top list currently. All right, let's drop that out, and let's see if we can get a few more stocks to meet the list, I guess. Nothing. In the words of Whitney Houston, I've got nothing. Let's go with 85% off. Am I missing something here? Yeah, I know what I'm missing. I put a ridiculous value for relative value and not shares. Holy cow, Chris. This is why I didn't take some trades today, because for me to make a mistake like that, it just tells me my brain isn't all the way in gear. Let's try this again the original way, 75 and 50. Good Lord, Chris. All right, there we go. I was thinking to myself, that just doesn't seem reasonable here. All right, so we've got a pretty good list of stocks here, all right? We can see stuff that's real active today here, all right? These are all some pretty active stocks here. Look at those shares traded here. 5 mil, 1 mil, 23 mil, just shy of a mil, a little over half a mil, 2 mil, just over half a mil, just under half a mil. A little over a third of a weight a mil, 10 million. So some good liquidity there for sure. Let's turn it into a race now. Launch real-time stock race. I hate that it does that. Let's show the race setup. Let's make this bigger. I'm going to stick it on that 3-minute time frame. Of course, you folks are welcome to change it to whatever you want. I'm again going to go with change from open. All right. And again, I'm going to sort it on a delta value. And that's life in the stock racing lane. All right. I'm going to right click, save and share to cloud. We're going to copy it. We're going to press OK. We're going to start the race here and run that together. And I'm going to share that race right there with you folks. And there you have it, sports fans. And we'll let this race run. Get rid of the top list. I don't need it anymore. And, RBBN, it's been active today. I think I have a price alert for it. All right, there we go. So it's pulled back, all right? Still hanging well above the open, right? INM pulled back way above the open, right? So this is finding what we want. Now the question is there another move up? That'll be the question, but there's no scan that's going to answer that. That's just us and our trading that has to figure it from there. So Iris, if you insert change from close, then you will no longer get stocks that gap down. That's what will happen. So if stock gap down and reversed, you're never going to see it. Jerry, yes, sorry, finishing up that exercise there. I do see you. I'm guessing Steve G sent you over here because we don't have a Chris G. So, yeah. So yeah, go ahead and fire away your question for me. And I think I'm caught up with everybody else that was asking. All right, Sam, good to see you. Take care if you're still here. I didn't see that coming before. So, um, so just let me know what the thing is there, Jerry, and we can address it for you. FUBO. What are you doing? Giving me a price alert set off here. So what did PX? Yeah, PXMD. It went. I said it had that look. If there was something that was going to make me violate my trading rules, it was that. But just not while I'm in this live stream. I'm not. My brain's a little foggy. Just couldn't do it. What would race settings be for relative strength? Well, I'm using relative strength from the open, so you have to. Where do you want the relative strength to be from? I'm using relative strength from the open. That's why I'm using the change from open filter and sorting and racing that way. But do you want relative strength based on, you pick whatever you want relative strength from. I'm not using RSI. I'm not using a relative strength index. I'm just looking at stocks that are strong compared to everything else from the open, essentially. So that's how I'm doing it, Blue Moon. Again, Jerry, if you're here, I saw your chat there. I'm not sure what your issue is, but if you can let me know what your issue is, happy to assist with that. And again, anybody else with any questions or anything like that, let me know. Grab. Who are you, Grab? You're a very liquid stock, whoever you are, but not a lot of volume as compared to your liquidity. And again, this is what I mean. 9 million shares traded. Pretty darn liquid, right? It's doing 3/4 what it would normally do to this point in the day here. I don't know. It's just not very liquid, but it's got a strong move here. It's up 6%. It's 19 cents, but that's relative to percent move based on what the stock is, stock price is. KSPN, this one has earnings in a couple of days here, and been watching this here, and gee whiz, hard not to take notice. Beautiful run. Here we go. It's on the pullback here, that pullback scanner, right? So pulled back. Can it make a run again? I don't know. Can it? I mean, this thing is just in a permanent downtrend, it seems like. I don't think they've done a reverse split. That doesn't seem like a reverse split all-time high to me, but it might be for all I know. It's only got 1 million. Nah, could have 1 million in the float. I suppose it could have. For the position in range percent filter, could you please explain it? What range is considered in this filter? That's position in range day is what I used here. So if I open that top list, there's the configure. Oh, sorry. So position range here. So it's this filter here. If we type in position and range, all right, we have all these different position range. So you got 5-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute. The position range for the day just has this D icon, up and down arrows. It's the only one that doesn't give you a time frame. For whatever reason, that's the way it was named. But then you have position and previous days range, position and pre-market range, 5-day, 10-day, 20-day, 3-month, 6-month, 9-month, year, 2-year, and lifetime ranges. So you have all those position and ranges, Muhammad, to work for. On this particular one, this is the one that we used, position and range on the day here. So hopefully that helps and that answers. And again, Jerry, if you're here, please let me know what it is that you need help with. All right. Chris, I asked about SPPI, which has opened higher this morning on news. So if it opened on news, I mean, you know, whatever the news says. As far as the chart goes, I mean, there's nothing to comment here. It's a day trading vehicle. It's overall in a long-term downtrend. You know, I don't know what their drug pipeline is. I don't research them. I don't research anybody. As far as I'm concerned, it's up 8 cents since the previous day's close. I mean, 8 cents. There's just nothing there for me, and it's under $2. You know, there's nothing there. There's no real comment for me to make. You're at the mercy of what the news is, and you're at the mercy of what this drug pipeline is, and all those things like that. There's nothing else that I could say to that chart. You know, if you believe, you know, this is pulled off the high. If you believe that it's going to make a run at the high of the day, as far as a day trade goes, you know, if you have a plan on that, by all means, execute that plan. Looks like 140 is a really big issue for it, $1.40, and looks like 150 is going to be an issue after that. So if 10 cents is something you're willing to go at, you know, you could risk 10 cents to make 10 cents, I suppose, because 130 or 131 seems to be a floor there for the day as well. So that's, you know, that's all I could comment technically speaking on it. As far as the rest goes, it's speculative and news driven. Correct, Mom. Range of the current day. Exactly. 0 being the low and 100 being the high. Am I shorting IHS? I haven't shorted a stock in months. So no, I am not shorting IHS. I have a price alert for IHS. And if IHS could run itself back up here to high a day and the market looks decent, I might take a shot to the long side of it. But that would be it. I have zero intention of shorting anything today. There is a 0% chance. There is not a chance I will short a stock today. I think I'm all caught up and covered everybody's questions here, with the exception of Jerry, who, again, Jerry, if you're here, I know you know where the chat panel is, so please, if you can type that out to me.
IHS.
So, all right, we'll fire some questions here, folks. We're still looking at a lot of the same stuff here. LG. That's making a push, man. Boy, I like that stock. Boy, I like that a lot. Boy, oh boy, I like that a lot. Can I show you what? Sorry. I'm not sure what you want me to show you. You asked if I was shorting IHS. I said no, I'm not shorting it, nor do I have intention of shorting it, so I'm not sure what you wanted me to show you. I mean, I made mention that if it could break over high of day again, I might be interested in it.
FTCH.
I'm watching this ALLG. There's a chance I might take a shot at this here. I'm not going to lie. Put that price alert there. Let me just see. Let's see what happens with that price alert. FTCH making some noise here. Again, tough. Earnings are behind it. Nice little dip and scoop here. Again, day trade is all I'm thinking here. Long-term downtrend. So I'm not a believer in anything that the stock is doing. But trying to push on that high of day. Nice and liquid. Just like to see some more volume here. You know, not really much going on with that volume. But this is going to play a heavy role into it as well. So I'm going to keep my eye there. KSPN. I'm going to set a price alert here on this one too. Again, Raman, just let me know what you want me to show you. Like I said, I went over, what was it, IHS, I talked about it. I need to see it break a little more here, break away a little more. And this doesn't interest me quite like anything else does for breaking my rules. Oh, okay, got it. You know, this I'll be waiting on later in the day to see if it makes me interested in getting involved in it. I'm not gonna get involved in it here. So PXMD made a nice move, but couldn't really get above that 5. MOB, this is a new issue, right? Yeah. So there's my timer. Let's throw the earphones back in. Yeah, nothing to comment here. I mean, this thing is, not even at 400,000 shares. We're coming up on 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So, while it doesn't have a tremendous amount of data to look back on volume, that's not exactly enough to make any real inference on volume. You've got these 2 big days here. So, all right, I'm still looking at IVRX is continuing to grind along here. Punishing me for being a coward earlier. There's your IHS there, Raman. I hear a whisper.
It's sort of my trademark now. Just do a little psst to let you
Well, that's
guys
because
know I'm in.
we don't get the ding like you do or the bell that you do.
How come?
Because you're already in the stream. We're joining the stream. That's why.
Ah, you
You're
guys are
already in here.
joiners
You just
rather
have
than
to
leaders.
unmute and like so. For example, if you closed out StreamYard, if you didn't hit end broadcast, but you just X'd out the browser and then you
Yeah.
came back in, it would probably give me that little warning. Because that's what I do. So when I leave in a moment, I'll just close the browser on this, and I just have to completely
Oh, I see.
relog
Okay.
into StreamYard.
That's more fun to hear, psst, isn't it? It's more personal.
Whispering sweet stock nothings into my
That's
ear.
right. That's right. All right, Chris, if you want to take off, you can.
Alrighty,
I can't wait to get back to answering some tickets.
Yes, absolutely. I'll catch you in a couple of hours, Barry. Take care.
Okay, you bet. Bye-bye.
Adios, everyone.
All right, guys, back in both rooms, and just let me get my music started, and then we can. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, I mentioned this MNTK. This is very interesting. I mean, this is an all-time high. It's a little pullback right here, but this is an all-time high right here, MNTK. Nice day today. Don't know if there's any specific news on it, but MNTK. And the ALLG, yeah, I mean, that ALLG finally ripped. It not easy. I'm not going to say this was the easiest trade in the world because of what it did here. You know, it got up to that 550, almost the 550 mark, pulled back to 5, and then exploded again. So not the easiest one in the world, but you know, depending how many shares you take, depending where you put a stop, the trend is certainly up. And you know, the whole idea of really looking at it is because it's got all this room to the left, 662. That's the next high. Meanwhile, the market, yeah, market's putting a bit of a lift. You got all these bottoming tails on the SPY. Sellers have been trying for the last 1, 2, 3, 4, and including this one, 5 candles to knock it down, but the buyers are stepping in at all, so far anyway. The buyers keep stepping in. Again, just take a look at the SPY chart. You can see what I'm talking about, hopefully. Look at all these bottoming tails. Again, what does it mean? Remember, at one point, the price was down here. The buyers closed it here. Sellers tried again, knocked it down to 408. Buyers stepped in. Sellers tried again. Buyers closed it up here. Sellers tried again, and they tried again. But the buyers keep coming back. So at some point, the sellers are going to say, you know what? We're going to give it up for a while. So I mean, if you're in a long trade, I mean, you've had, you know, depending how long you've been in it and where your stops are, I mean, you could have been whipped out many times because of those bottoming tails, but all depends on how many shares you took and where you put your stop. Yeah, I missed the boat on the PXMD. I mean, I know we saw this one right around here, that 385 mark. So this is a classic one, guys. Again, I cannot emphasize enough. This is a watch list that is created for you, okay? Now, PXMD obviously has won some races, you know, in the last 45 minutes, okay? At the beginning of the day, though, it probably won 1 or 2 races. It was, I don't know, maybe it was sitting in the 8th position, okay? And doing nothing. And so had you clicked on it, before 12:45, before 12:30, you would have seen this. You would have seen a consolidation for PXMD. All you got to do is put some kind of a price alert, maybe above that consolidation, get a price alert, or even put a conditional buy order and see what happens. Obviously, in this case, would have been awesome. Okay, not every time, but you can just, that's why I'm saying this is a great watch list that is created automatically for you. Take advantage of it. Don't worry about all the other things that are flying around, okay? You just concentrate on the watch list that is automatically created for you. When you're new to trading, it's difficult, to maybe focus. Not maybe, it is difficult to focus. Yeah, I mean, and the next high looking left, is that right? 657. I mean, it's got room. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. Now, I shouldn't say you can't take it right now because you're chasing it. Ideally you'd like to see it pull back a bit or at least rest a bit, but right now you're chasing it. And I'm talking about the PXMD. And you've got to be awfully careful. Why? Because of that float. 250,000 or so in the float, which is crazy low. Well, let's take a look at another one, IBRX. IBRX, okay? Same kind of thing. It's, basing a little bit. So just stick an alert, say at 550 and see what happens. It's through the 200-day now. I would always back it up on the daily chart just to check to see where the next highs are. Next high is 559. If it can get up to the 623 level, it'd be awesome. Okay, so yeah, use this like a watch list. Well, it is a watch list, but use it. I mean, the program creates it for you. And if you're not looking for something that, these ones are, can be very volatile. Here's the ASAN. Look at it. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it's a little bit of a base and kind of hanging in there. My only issue with it, actually, that's not too bad. I mean, the next high looking left is about 29.18. So, at 27.25, that's $2 away. So, or at least you can see there's it could be a lot of resistance around the 29.18 mark, which is over about $2 away. I mean, that's why the ALLG was, I'm not saying this was easy, but when you looked left, the next high was 659. I mean, a stock that's at 550 and the next high is 659. I mean, that's a big, big percentage difference. FDP, takeover chatter. Let's take a look at that from Zach. Go right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, there it is, 26.96, so not that far away. Will that stall it regardless of the, this is what Zach is talking about. It tracks fresh PE takeover interest. And again, what you're seeing there, that is from Interactive Brokers, okay, guys? my headlines. I think our headlines are all messed up. So this has to be, we have to get this fixed. I know they're looking at other providers for news, so, but if you have Interactive Brokers, I think their news service is pretty darn good. All right, guys, MNTK is getting back up there. MNTK getting back up there. I think, William, you said you were in MNTK. I don't know if you're still in it, but give me a moment, guys. Again, guys, just give me a moment, please, guys. I'm trying to help somebody here. Guys, I mean, okay, here's another one. Use it like a watch list. Look at Clovis. Early on, it won a couple of, I think it only won one or two races. Base. And now look at it. Can you not, hopefully you guys can understand. I know I sound like I'm always nagging, but please, this is a great watch list for the day. Don't worry about all the other stuff that happens around you. If you just concentrate on the 10 stocks that are created as an automatic watch list for you, click on them periodically, see what's happening. I mean, had you clicked on Clovis and you would have seen this base, you could have put an alert, around 137, taking out these highs. I'm not saying they're all going to rip, but man, oh man, I mean, this just allows you to focus on a handful of stocks all day long. I mean, the racing is great. I think it's more powerful though the way it creates a watch list for you. What I said was that a lot of these things will kind of rest, after the initial flurry. Though, I mean, I don't know what happened with this one on the pay. I mean, I have no idea. With the PYPD, it's won 4 races. It probably won a race back here. Again, stick an alert, at 120, in this area. See if it takes it out at some point, like it did. Actually seeing a pretty good day for this, a little continuation on these pops. It's not always like this. So again, if you're new into this room and you have trade ideas and you're a new subscriber, understand how these stock races work. You don't have to have mine. I mean, these are mine, but understand how they work and how you can create your own race, from a top list, or you can have these two if you want. And don't feel shy about asking me questions about it. Well, look at this move again for ALLG. There's a little move for PBTS also, a little bit of a move for PBTS. China stock, almost at the high of the day. So at any time, if I want to get out of one of these trades, I just highlight the trade I want and I click the flatten button and then I'm out. So let's just to show you how you do it. I'm going to highlight the ALLG, click the flatten, and that'll get me out of the trade. Now, rarely is this going to happen. I mean, I got out right at the high of the day. That's why that max P&L and the today P&L are exactly the same. Ooh, I wish that IPO was today. You know, with the market being relatively strong and all, well, relatively. I mean, the market is strong. Wish that IPO was today. That little China IPO. That China IPO? No, it doesn't look like it's going to be today. Yeah, it was supposed to be, but now looking at the calendar, it says this week. Okay, so as opposed to today, like it said last week. Yeah, so that's what it says the week of. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be this week, but that's what they're saying now, the week of this week. Now, there is one tomorrow, in theory, WLDS. I don't think it's China, but crazy low, 3.6 million, $5 to $7. Keep waiting on this JUNS. That was supposed to happen last week also. But this is the one, just because it's China and, you know, silly things can happen. Guys, look at this PYPD. I mean, I don't actually, yeah, I won races early on. I know I just mentioned this one. So if you don't understand, you know, but what this watch list is and why you should use it, I think anyway, you know, put up your hands, ask me a question about it. You know, even the RXT. I mean, look at RXT right now, okay? Yeah, I mean, it's already up 19%, but look how it's basing. Now, what if all of a sudden it takes out that high? Remember, it's got room. It's got room to about I'm sorry, 695, so it's to 7. So I mean, we're at 631 right now. When you look left, you know, it's got room to about 7. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's got room. Just look left on a daily chart. I don't even know if this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Boy, your E-Trade is starting to have more shorts than Interactive Brokers right now. Okay, so I'm going to flatten this out. Okay, the RXT, I'm going to flatten it out. And what I'll do is I'll put a buy order right up here. See if it takes that out later on. Right in this area here, okay? And that's on in the simulator. William, tell me you're still in the MNTK. Tell me that. Even if you have to tell me a little fib. Okay, good. I know that's a long hold for you. It's got to be. I can't remember when he posted it. I know I posted it in when I was on my break, but the MNTK all-time high. I think soon after that he took it. Well, it's up to you, Raman. Okay. Question in our YouTube room is having a tough time to determine the exit price for Netflix. So I mean, it depends on your trading style, really. I mean, so the trigger was at 235. I mean, you read the email probably, and these are designed for longer term holds. But if you took it at 235 and you want to get out at 230, I mean, this is up to you. Obviously, it's not hit the it has not hit the 200 or the 50 on the 50 SMA on the daily chart. I mean, that's up to you. I mean, obviously, it's still got room. I mean, if you read the email, I mean, it's got room to that 250 mark before it probably hits some resistance. The other thing Steve might say is there's that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. You may look at that, as a potential exit. But again, these are designed for longer term holds. But how you trade them ultimately will be up to you. I mean, it's pretty. Yeah. I mean, it says. I mean, if you got in at 235. Any candle closing below the rising 50 SMA will be your exit plan. But how? But listen. If you got in, if this, what if this? You got in at Netflix. This is the trade of the week. That's why I'm talking about it. And you got in at 235, and it popped up to 245. I mean, I'd probably take some profit, right? Even though it's designed for a longer term hold, I'd probably take some profit if that happened. Okay. No, I just chose a 4-minute race, Rob. There's no reason. I mean, there's no. No scientific reason why I chose 4 over 3 over 5. I just decided 4, 4. I like the number 4. Okay. No reason. I knew I didn't want 10. Okay. Because I wanted more stocks, that could create a good top 10 list. I knew I did not want 10, but I could have chosen 3. I could have chosen 5, I suppose. I chose 4 and I've stuck with it. I don't think it matters. I mean, depending on the market, whether I ran a 3 or 4 or a 5 minute race, I don't think it would matter at all. And again, you can, if you've got my scan, if you've got these two scans, anybody, I'm not just talking to you, Robert, but anybody who's got these scans, of course you can adjust them. So for instance, if you have my scans, I'm just going to duplicate it. So all you have to do is click on the rectangle, and then right click once you've got this red border, right click and show the race setup. Now if you want to make a change, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever you want, you can make the change. Of course, you can change anything else if you want, but so it's entirely up to you. There's no scientific, it's not like I ran 3 minute races, 5 minute races, 6 minute races, 2 minute races, 4 minute races for months on end. And then you decided that 4 minutes was the best. No, I know Chris runs 3 minute races, I think. Well, that's encouraging. I mean, look at this market, what it did. I mean, that looked pretty bleak for a while. These two 30 minutes was straight down. But look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost an hour and a half. This has just got another minute to close. And, the trend is up. Well, these bottoming tails, as I said before, the sellers have been trying, but the buyers have been steadfast. Meanwhile, guys, I mean, I mentioned this IDYA. Even if you'd waited for the 11 break, just look at the room. Look at the room on the daily chart until it hits the next high. Now, interestingly, it never won a race here. All right, here's another one, guys. Finance of America Companies, FOA. What sort of room does it have? See, to me, this doesn't have enough room. We're sitting at 157. When I look left on the daily chart, I see some stuff at 165. I see some stuff at 177. To me, it just doesn't have enough potential to run. I mean, obviously, if you can take out 184, then, but I just don't know. I just don't know what's going to do that. So that's how I look at trades. That's why I'm pretty I'm highly selective about what I'm going to take. Now, could this explode through all this? Of course it could, but it just doesn't meet my trading plan, which is to make sure for me there's enough of a percentage move possible before it hits the next high on a daily chart. I mean, this has got a little bit of room. The ERAS, ERAS, has got a little bit of room. I mean, to the next high around 940. So from 908 to 943. I mean, that is enough room, I guess. And a little bit of a pop here. I mean, look at the BBIG. I mean, this, I mean, if it ever really wants to get going again, I mean, this was, I don't know if this was a meme stock or, but it had lots of, it was a really, really active trader months ago. And it got as high as 125. So today is a day in which this biggest gainers from the open, the more volatile stocks, have given us some really good looking setups all day. We've had some good follow through. I haven't seen, so, the only reason, the gainers from the large cap gainers from the open, I'm not saying there hasn't been any follow through, but today would be a day, in my opinion, to concentrate on these ones because these are giving us the biggest bang for the buck and there seems to be more follow through. Last week, I wasn't seeing this. I was, probably concentrating more on the large cap gainers. Well, your little bounce plays have worked. I mean, the SHPH would have been difficult because you got the alert at 3580 and it moved all the way down to 34. So, but it's starting to move again, guys. I'm talking about Zach's topping and bounce plays. I hope you're still. This will be a world record if William is still in this MNTK. Wow. This one is firing on real scan. The only problem with this is the momentum down. Spread, well, spread's not as bad right now, but the spread was really terrible. But look at this GSHD, Goosehead Insurance. Okay, where's the low here? 44, so it's getting close to that low. You know, I wanted to take this one, but the oh man, but you know, now look at the spread, 44.69, 45.03. That's what I'm talking about. At least it was 44.69. A little hard to commit. Again, this is really the only other scan that I look at because this is on the short side, because these are all long plays, of course. All right, Jill says, take a look at Fubo, F-U-B-O. Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know if it's a meme stock right now, but it's had a great little run over the last few days, 350 to 5. Next high looking left is 540. A little bit of a break here in consolidation. Lots of volume. Actually, only 1 times normal though, so it's not really trading too abnormally, but it is up 10%. Oh man, I wish that spread had been a lot better. Look at this GSHD. Yeah, boy, if this NKTX takes out 1381, I'm going to stick an alert around 1379. Okay, because if you look left, underneath is 13 or 7 or so. So that would have some room. And this is coming again from Real Scan. So it's okay. That's not. It's a good question. Now, first of all, do you have mine? Do you actually have mine? Carry on. Did you load mine? Because if you just loaded it, you know, it's not going to. Remember, I start my race at 9:30 every day, 9:30 Eastern. So if you just loaded it, you know, it's going to look a lot different. But I guess my first question is, so the question is, why does my stock race look different from yours? So I guess my question number one is, are you using mine? Number one, that you loaded from my home page. And then it all depends on when you actually loaded it. If you didn't start at 9:30, then it's going to look different. So can you answer me that question? Number one question, are you using mine that you got from my homepage? Oh, well, okay. Well, that's the reason. If you're not using mine, then it's going to be different. Remember, stock races are all based on the top list that it's launched from. So that's the answer. Did you create your own? I mean, here's a top list, right? My like symbol. So, if I create a top list and then I launch a real-time stock raise and it's not based on the same, list that this one is based on, it's going to have completely different results. I mean, that's the whole thing about the racing guys. You can control it. I'm using this particular top list, with the stocks between $1 and $50, volumes at least 200,000 shares, up 2% from the close. So if all these filter values are met and a stock is starting to move, the biggest mover, look at the PYPD. I mean, the biggest mover is going to float to the top. But your top list could be have completely different ones. So that is the reason. And it's not that mine is right, it's just what I like to see. And then this one, the one on the large cap gainers, that's just a variation on this. And what I added was a filter that it had to have at least 500 million in as a market cap, and also 50 million minimum in the float. So you're not going to see stocks that are as volatile in the movements as you will see here. Probably won't see a 14% move here. Okay. Oh man. GSHD. Oh, this is just getting absolutely trashed now, guys. You know what, guys? This is starting to make a little move here. This ARQQ, risky, 18 million in the float, 82 times normal volume. The only news I could see is that they're going to be in one of these Wainwright investment conferences, or that's all I could see. During the conference on Monday, okay? I'm not sure when he's going to be on, at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So there you go. In about 15 minutes, that guy's going to be on. So who knows? Maybe we get fireworks just ahead. You mean, was it a SPAC? It's not a SPAC now, but was it a SPAC? See, that's where our news would have helped. Boy, we really got to fix that. I don't know if it was a SPAC before. Looking at the price, let me back this out a bit. It's possible. Yeah, this is around $10 right there, so it's possible. But this is quite a while ago. Well, over a year ago. So even if it was a SPAC, I mean, its SPAC days are way behind it, well behind it, I should say. Somebody will know, Casa or Cam, usually they're good at digging that information up. And why do we know about it? Because it got halted. Okay, even though it didn't win a race, it's not here in the top 10, but it got halted. There you go. Thank you, Tank. Yeah, just you can usually base it on the its opening trade. If it's around $10, and that's typically how a SPAC would be. All right, guys, this is the first Monday in the month that was not a holiday. So I am in a development meeting. This is the first Monday in the month when it's not a holiday. So obviously Labor Day was the first Monday. Anyway, I'm in a development meeting at 2 o'clock. I sort of sit in to hear what's happening. So that'll be at 2 o'clock today. Boy, somebody I think just went long this GSHD. Son of a gun! If that spread had been good when I first saw it, I would have been in this one for sure. Boy, this is this ARQQ ahead of the CEO talking is just ripping here now. Now remember the old adage, guys, corny but true. Buy the rumor, sell the news. So the news is that he's going to talk at 2. Now, unless he says something that's going to be unbelievable, just be careful on this. Well, what a couple of days this ANVS has had, especially today. I mean, look at the day it had on Friday, broke through the 200 day, and this candle is even bigger. Crawling back. I mean, it's still 14%, from this lifetime high. I don't mean 14% from it, but in the range, which makes sense. It looks like this is a lifetime high way up here, 132. Okay, Keyshawn, I hope so too. Give me a moment. PIK hasn't showed up for a while, PIK. So here's, sort of interesting, a pullback, a little pop. I don't see the volume though. And I don't see the volume that should be associated with it, and it's very low volume right now. So even though it's showing up, it doesn't, for me, it just doesn't make sense to even think about this one without the volume. And on that RXT, guys, the RXT, it is basing really nicely here. Basing really nicely here. We get some volume coming in. Remember, the next high is up around 7, so 695. So it still has some room to run if it wants to. Look at the volume today. Lots of enthusiasm for it. 10 times normal right now. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in. I'll be in a meeting. I'll be on mute. But I can always, if there's something I can answer text-wise, I'll do the best I can. I just can't hop back on the mic. It's fascinating, isn't it? I haven't put myself on mute, obviously, yet, but okay, with the CEO talking right at 2 o'clock. I don't know if it's right at 2 o'clock, but that's when he was scheduled to talk. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm now back, and I've been short this NKTX while I was in this meeting and hasn't really done anything. But now, Raman, uh, again, in the YouTube room, you asked that question a long time ago. I guess you didn't hear what I said. Is that correct? So, can you hear me? Isn't it amazing how the ARQQ, so that was a classic. Remember, we were talking about that? Um by the rumored Silva News. So the guy came on, the CEO came on, I guess at 2 o'clock. There was a little ramp up to that point, and then the big sell off, so to speak. I mean, it may come back, but certainly had a nice sell off from 788 all the way down to 708. Now, PJ. And why, by the way, why I took the NKTX short? I know I talked about it earlier. If it took out, not that, I mean, it's not working great yet, but I just looked left down here, down to about 13. I'm sorry, yeah, 13. There was some room, but we'll see. I mean, right now it's where I shorted it. So okay, guys. So I might be getting out of this NKTX. It doesn't look like it's going to work. I thought getting down to 1380 might get it moving down to that 13 level, but it may not. So, and the spread has kind of widened on me a bit. Boy, I almost got into that PXMD though. Whoa, glad I didn't. That looked pretty good right up here. I'm running that 518 mark. Just looked left and had a lot of room, 657, but now this is starting to give it up. Yeah, that got me out, guys. I'm out of the NKTX. Small loss on that. Well, this one, I mean, this is actually pretty interesting. The only issue I got with PYPD, well, big issue actually, these topping tails, okay? So buyers tried a couple of times to get it up here, but it's still kind of holding too. So what I do is maybe put an alert around 207 and see if it takes it out later on. In fact, why don't I just put a buy, I'll put a buy button or a buy order at that price, okay? And see if it takes it out. No, it doesn't show how much time is left. You have to do a little math, BB. Okay. You have to do a little math. I mean, I've got my computer clock. No. So the question was, to trade ideas how show how much time is left on a candle? The answer is no. But when you hear me say something like, well, here's a 15-minute candle, and it has 7.5 minutes left, I'm just looking at my computer clock. Yeah, you know what we're starting to see. I know Captain K, Captain K, you're starting to, or you're adding some of the information about Carvana, attending conferences and this and that. So we're starting to see this for some of these small guys, and the only news you can see is that they're going to be presenting at some kind of a conference either today or this week, and that has been giving little pops to these stocks. I guess the theory being is that why would they present unless it's good news? You're not going to go out and present. Well, by the way, guys, all of our tests are failing, so don't buy our stock. Obviously, they're not going to say that, but so this is sort of the new. It's not new, but I mean, I'm just seeing more and more of it. That you look for a reason for a stock to pop, and you can't really see anything other than the fact that they're attending one of these Wainwright conferences. I think Barrett puts these things on too. De nada, Mr. BB or Bebe. All right, guys. Going to be putting myself on mute pretty soon here. I usually do it around 3. I'm here. If you have any questions, certainly I can hop back on the mic. If I think there's something worth watching, I'll hop back on the mic. Bit of a choppy day again, guys. We had that nice move in the pre-market, then we had a great once the market opened, and then we had this move down, little move up, little move down. So a little bit of a choppy day. But I would say this, that the volatile ones, for a while anyway, it gave us some nice continuations. All right, guys, I think I'll put myself on mute right now, but oops, give me a moment here. But I will talk a little bit about my homepage, okay, before I do completely put myself on mute. A lot of information here. Best thing to do, just save my link. Just save my homepage link. Of course, here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right there with a promo code for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. The getting started, if you do take out a subscription, take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 short videos. Stock of the day video, you can sign up for it right here. So that's free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week it's working okay. Netflix, NFLX, of course. All the education is here, including a user guide. Really encourage you to take a look. You know, you hear me talk about races all day. Take a look at this TI stock racing, okay? And Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 when I close down the main room. So before I do close it down, I will put the YouTube link in. And the daily webinars, there is one today and Wednesday, so you can sign up for them. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. So a lot of information on my homepage, including, of course, my links, my scans right here. All my scans are here. Okay. So including the 2 races that you see, but I do have some other scans that I am sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So save my link, then you can look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. Again, if you have any questions, I'll get right back on the mic, okay? just want to hop in here, guys. This QNRX does have some room. I mean, the next high looking left looks like it's around 520, so that's about $1 away. QNRX, those does have some room. It just took out the highs of the previous 2 days. Yes, it did. So, and it is a low float. So, as always, be careful. So guys, regardless of what happens to PYPD for the rest of the day, assuming it doesn't collapse right back down to $1, has to be watched tomorrow. I mean, this is a massive break right now. Lots, look at the volume, 31 million, okay, 31 million shares, 602 times normal. So this has to be watched tomorrow just because of the potential of a further gap fill. So again, we're assuming it doesn't collapse right back down to $1 later on in the day. And again, PYPD has won 14 races and maybe winning its 15th race. And that's why, you should be looking, in my opinion, the top three, or depending how many, I mean, if one won 14 and 13 and 12 and 11, I'd be watching, stocks that certainly are winning multiple races for tomorrow. But especially this PYPD, I mean, if this holds, I mean, look at this. Keep an eye on the INM guys, crawling off the bottom here. Get some volume. It could have another pop. There's your highs of the day around 19 or so. So it does have some room. And that's the INM. Don't see any, Zach. A lot of volume, yeah, all that volume that came in right here, about a third of the volume right here of the day for BKKT. Don't see any news. Look at ARQQ, guys. ARQQ. It's been a tricky one, but it's making a new high, I believe. Look at this. Yeah, it's almost like BKKT and AERC are doing the same thing. I don't think they're the. I don't think they're in the same sector. I can't remember what BKKD does or T does. No, not at all. So, but they look the same, kind of. Same pop. Hey guys, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Chris will be there in about 5 minutes, I think. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. I shut down the main room. You can head over to our YouTube room. Chris will be there until 4:30 Eastern. And Michael, you can keep asking him about the SVP upgrade. Did not help. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow it helps. Maybe. Problem is, I mean, nobody cared. Not today anyway. They had a pop, had some FDA news, had I don't know what the upgrade was. Wainwright, $10 to 12, but market doesn't care right now anyway. This was actually a way more entertaining day than I thought it would be for a Monday. I think we had a lot of decent continuation plays in the small cappers. Didn't really look at the large caps today. But this one's got some room. ENVX. So it's over 22. The next high looking left is 23.43. So this has got some room. All right. So that's okay. There's your pop for AERC. Did AUVI also take off? Yeah, both of them. Yep, you're right. Both of them took off on that monkeypox news. Okay, Chris says he's might be a couple of minutes late. I think he's involved in a support ticket. So you've got me maybe till 3:30, 3:31, 3:32, maybe even 3:35. Questions, guys? Good time. The ALLG should be watched tomorrow also. Again, it still has some room. Look at this high over here, 659. So it still has some room, ALLG. So I just click that heart so I know to watch it tomorrow. Look at Lyft. Okay, sure. I'll look at Lyft, LYFT. Yeah, I mean, it's been hanging around. I mean, it had the great day on Thursday. A lot of, I think it was more like a meme stock. Not a bad day on Friday. Bit of a continuation today, kind of resting. Has some room to maybe 1940 or so. So maybe $1. Ooh, this was shortable for me too. So BKKT, I'm sure you guys shorted it, like the AERC. This is shortable for me also. Look at Nutanix, guys. NTNX. I mean, a nice move now. It's had a great run, actually. This is a great continuation of earnings. Had earnings on the 31st, and it's had a nice, gentle run off earnings. So Michael, when you keep saying SPPI didn't do nothing on Friday news and upgrade today, so is there a question there? If you're asking why, it's the market, man. Okay, I mean, just because you think the news was great and there's an upgrade doesn't mean something's going to happen today. I'm not trying to be mean, but you have that sort of a question all the time, and you seem to be perplexed. And I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room, why something doesn't move because you think the news is good, and also somebody out there has put an upgrade. You just have to play what the charts are telling you. And right now, SPPPI, had the nice pop, little pop in the pre-market, but big sell-off. So you just have to accept it. Maybe tomorrow, maybe sometime down the road, maybe it starts to move, but it has had a lot of resistance right around 155. Okay, Michael, maybe you don't hear me. I guess you just don't hear me. It doesn't matter, that somebody upgraded it from 10 to $12. It doesn't matter. At least today, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the FDA approved the drug. Maybe there's such a limited market for this. Maybe, somebody looked at that. When you see FDA approval, you go, all right, great. And then reality sets in. Maybe it's some drug that is so obscure, I don't know, and that people really look at it and say, you know what? There's not a huge market for it. Yeah, exactly. If the chart doesn't support the story, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you think. I do not. Yes, you're right. I know it might be perplexing, for you when you read news like that and you see upgrades, you think, great, let me pile into this. So many times it's exactly what happens, especially for a little bio. There's a reason why, it's a $3 stock or a $2 stock. 160 million in the float also. That's so for it to really move. Yeah, I know it had a lot of volume, but that's only a quarter of the float only. And yes, it traded 17 times normal, but you can just tell. I mean, once that initial, and that was a top, and it got sold off immediately. And when the market opened, it just kept selling off. So please don't ask Chris why, why it didn't go up, okay? You can keep stating that FDA approval and had upgrades. It doesn't matter. And there you are. I'm trying to rescue you. Oh, that wasn't Chris. Sorry. Yeah, and it depends who's upgrading too, Jordan. I mean, yeah, these upgrades are not, everybody expects an upgrade and it's going to happen immediately. I mean, who knows? Maybe down the road it'll take effect. But you've got to also look at who did the upgrade. I mean, Wainwright is in the business of upgrading, okay? And putting, quite frankly, some pretty spectacular price targets. The day trader is Jamie. Sorry, is Steve. Okay. The numbers. Well, okay. So Mohammed. So that 3.1% represents when the race started. Almost 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes ago. It has moved 3% since. Oh yeah, he works for Trade Ideas. Yes. Okay, and that's the current price, and that's the actual dollar amount that it's increased. I mean, that's the key number right there. That percentage is the key number. I mean, that's a big move, 5.4% for an $18 stock. That's a big jump. Look at INM guys now. Wow, 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 wow. I mean, this could, if this takes out that high there, as crazy as it seems, if it takes out 1942, there could be a lot of traders interested. Let me see what the high. Back this out just a little bit and see where the next highs are. Yeah, around the $20 level. Exactly. That's why these numbers are very important, Mohammed. 6% in 4 minutes for a stock that's not $1. There he is.
Here I am. Sorry, I was
Well, that's okay. That's okay.
doing
You
a
don't have to
school
apologize.
program drop off, and it was the first one, and you know how those things go.
I understand. Never apologize, my friend.
But I'm ready. I'm here. I've swapped the screen
Okay.
already.
All right. Okay, Chris, I've told everybody that you're there from our main room, so
Excellent.
you might get a migration. So have
Very
a good
good.
hour, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds great, Barry. Take care. Thank you. All right, everybody. So I'm back again. Hopefully, get a few more people to come over and join us here. I left that scan running that we built earlier for those of you that were around for that on the pullback one. I have not checked it out at all, but let's go through it now. Let's take a look. So this one's been coming through the whole day. A little bit of a move back up here, INM, off of this pullback down here to the 1560 level, give or take. All right. TERN. Let's do this. Let's put it on top 10, actually. So KSPN, and never really did a whole lot after that initial move, because remember, we built this probably in here. So everything we're seeing is from here about, well, no, let's say we did it here from about 12:30 on, let's say, or 12:15 on, somewhere in here. So a little bit of a move, but not much off of that on a rebound. ARQQ, this had a nice pop again. So this one looks like it gave us some more good entries here. ALLK. Nah, not much here on that. PXMD, this made a move, and then I think it gave it up. Yeah, we got a little bit of a move here with it, but so, I like what I already do on my scan, but anyways, I'd shared it out with everybody back then. And Mohammed, how are you? I've got kind of. So, all right. So, okay. I still prefer what I've got going on to what this is showing us here. Because the issue with this is going to be once a stock gets over, once it gets over 85% above the high of the day, it won't show on the scan anymore because we're showing for the pullback. We're showing that we're off highs. Once we start to move on the high of the day again, it'll stop winning races. So I like what I've got going on. I like the way that I do it, but it was a request that was made, so we made that scan, and that's what we have. So let's see. I took INM trade, guys. That was awesome. Please, Chris, explain how do you use the stock race? Yes, sure. So for me, for using the stock race, what I essentially do is every day, once the races start, I start going through and I start making price alerts on charts that kind of interest me off the bat, So you can see here today I started this whole price alert screen was empty in this window, and throughout the day, especially early in the morning, I started putting price alerts up. And I bump those price alerts around during the day according to, kind of what I'm feeling from the intraday charts and the daily charts. And I watch those price alerts when they go off. I'd start to assess, is it something I want to participate in? Is it something I don't want to participate in for a trade, essentially? But I let the races dictate what's moving. From there, I take a look at what's moving, and I start to make those price alerts from there. And that's really the short and skinny of how I use those. If you don't already have one of the races here these races are all essentially the same, except this is a new one, but I'm going to be honest, I don't really care for what I see coming out of this. I just don't think there's anything special to this race, to be honest. I really like what I've already done here, because if I want to see pullback alerts, I've got all these price alerts here, so I can keep dropping the price alert if the price is falling, to levels that will be interest me if it pulls back up to that price. Right. So there's just no reason for me to, there's no reason for me to scan for pullbacks. I don't need to. That's real time right now, happening this second. So I'll share the main window with you. The other three here are all the same. The only difference between these three windows here that I put circles on is this one with the X now has a higher price range from $2 to $100, where these all have it from $2 to $30. The same with this here, $2 to $30. So these two are exactly the same window. And this is the same except the price. So give me 1 second. I'll share out a link of that. Let's see. There we go. All right. So let me know if that all made sense for you there, Mohammed, and I can go back over any of it. All right, perfect.
ALLG.
All right, so we've got that all rocking and rolling here. No, the stock they're all being filtered the same exact way, essentially. So what I've got going on here is, like I said, the only filter that's going to be different between all these is the price filter, the price range filter. So if I open the configure, these are based off of a top list, essentially, the races. So what I've done is I've told the races, the top list of the races, find me stocks between $2 and $100, traded at least 250,000 shares on the day, got to be 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. And I just had this 15 in the 5-minute volume just to make sure the stock is actively trading. So it's not a stock that traded, 3 or 400,000 lot shares and it isn't really trading the rest of the day. I just want to make sure it's an active stock, not something just kind of sitting around off of a couple of big trades, essentially. That's really all I'm doing. the reason I use the Bollinger Band is because I'm trying to find things with some momentum behind them already, on top of sorting the stocks. I want to find stocks that are up, and then I want to sort them in the order that they're up from the open. Again, I do that because I want to make sure that I don't miss anything that might have gapped down and has a big reversal on it. And that's really it, you know. As Leonardo da Vinci says, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Excuse me, tongue twister there on me. So simplicity being the ultimate sophistication. I have found in the past when I'm making scans with tons of filters in them and, you know, really honing down those values, I have less success, to be honest. I do better when, you know, I'm keeping things a little more simple and pointed in a direction that I want. And then, like I said, you know, this top list here, sure, this top list has lots of data, but I'm focusing on the top percentile of that top list and how they're moving. And as things don't meet the top percentile of this list, it'll get dropped off and something else will get cycled on. So, you know, I don't need to know what's going on down here. It's not really necessary for me. You know, I'm more interested in what's going on up here. Just a, you know, again, a personal preference on how I work things. And anybody else, you know, they can take that scan that I've shared and move on. Again, anybody with questions, you know, on the platform or anything else, let me know. And aside from that, QNRX, trying to make a move. As like, you know, I see stocks like this is tough. First off, you know, way up here at 150, it's a big move down, and we can see every time makes a move up, gets smacked right back down. But you know, day trading vehicle nonetheless. So relative volume on this is pretty meek, considering it's traded nearly 1.5 million shares traded. But this is probably playing a big role in that relative volume right now. So you've got this in here, bringing that average way up. And it looks like also most of the volume here has been in the later afternoon as well. What else is happening around here? So ARQQ is still kind of rolling around there. MEGL. Whoa, that's a big move from that there. Real big move. Pretty good volume. Let's see. All right, so this was the last volume candle. We have this volume candle just starting up. So volume has fallen off since it made its initial move here. If that could hold 6 would be interesting. Aside from me, I don't have a whole lot else to comment on. I took a stab at, can't even find it now. Took a stab at PNT a couple of hours ago, right around 2:30, was it? No, I jumped on this early. I jumped on it in this candle here at 145-ish, give or take. And as soon as it couldn't push right through it, I got right out of it. So I know normally I don't trade in that time. I saw the way this was kind of curling up like this, and I thought to myself, it might be able to make that break here. But the volume never came back in. The volume stayed pretty minuscule. And so as soon as it couldn't push up, I just closed the trade right away when it couldn't push through 1040. So I just took a fast ride on that. Aside from that, I really nothing else on the day here today. Tons of price alerts sitting around still. TGL, I think this is, a lot of noise for not much movement here. A couple of noisy volume moments there and there, but the overall liquidity isn't anything special. DNA never really got off that initial move there, that high of the day. As far as a pullback went, now I had a price alert around $3 earlier in the day, and I just kind of kept bumping it up, but I just didn't feel that entry through there. Would you please explain the two filters and the relative strength top was the 5-minute position Bollinger Band? Yeah. So again, bring that up again here. The Bollinger Band one is to find momentum. A lot of people like to use Bollinger Bands as a revision of the mean. For some background on all this, Bollinger Band is a 2 standard deviation above and 2 standard deviations below a 20 SMA. And whether that simple moving average doesn't matter if it's on a daily chart, a weekly chart, a 15-minute chart, 5-minute chart, that 20 SMA, 2 standard deviations above and below, is what it consists of a Bollinger Band. Now, John Bollinger, the creator of Bollinger Bands, believes that a break of the top band is to show momentum in a buy signal, and a break of the lower Bollinger Band is to show momentum to the downside and a buy signal. Now, there's more to it. You don't just buy on a break of an upper band or buy on a break of a lower band, but that at its core is what Bollinger Bands are for, per John Bollinger, creator of Bollinger Bands. And so in the spirit of John, I used the Bollinger Band here, and I wanted to find stuff that hadn't quite broken the top Bollinger Band, but was on its way to breaking it. And at the same time, stocks that are up the most from the day's open. So that's essentially what I did there. That's the reason behind the Bollinger Bands. I don't put Bollinger Bands on my charts. I don't really scan for them in that sense. I just was trying to find a way to find some more momentum other than just being up from the open. I wanted something, a little more juice for up from the open. So I experimented with this. It's worked well. The reason for the 5-minute volume is this. Oftentimes with this scan, when I first had created it, there were stocks that were winning races, but they traded like big lot shares and then didn't trade again for another 5, 10, 15 minutes. So they'd have, one order of 20,000 come in and then another order of 15,000 come in. And so eventually they would break the threshold of 250,000 shares, but they weren't trading consistently. Their time and sales weren't constantly filtering through sales or buys, whatever you want to say. They weren't consistently trading. There were long stretches in between where they weren't trading, but they still met the rest of the scan, unfortunately. And so they're taking up space when other things might have been more interesting and moving, but they were being kicked off the list by these stocks that had, one big order here and then one big order here and then one big order here. And so by putting this volume filter in, it essentially made it so that if the stock hadn't traded in the last 5 minutes, it's not gonna be on the scan anyways. So that's the explanation between those two. If I want to trade 4-hour charts, where would I find some strategy ideas for my time frame? 4 hours. I don't think we really have much in the 4-hour range. I'm sorry to say. The best we're going to have is 120. And we'll search. You got 120-minute range and a change in 120 minutes, which is 2 hours. That's really the best place that I can point you, Lindsay. I'm sorry I don't have a better answer on that for you. So you could construct something with involving those. Get rid of that. I don't know if there's something else. Position. Yeah, position 60-minute range. Just trying to think what else there might be. That's it when you're trying to break it down to those specific time frames like that. There's consecutive candles in 60 minutes. So volume, 5% volume. That's this. Hold on, let me scroll up real quick to address that. This filter, volume 5 minutes %, what it does is it takes a 10-day average, breaks it into 5-minute periods with 100. Since it's in a percent, 100 is normal, 200 is 3 times normal, 400 4 times normal, so on and so forth. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm saying I don't need the stock to be trading at normal volume. I just want to know it's trading just a little bit to make sure it's not a stock that's just having a couple of big orders placed in it to get it over the shares traded on the day threshold. So that's what the volume 5 minutes. So just the 15% in there is just saying we just got a little bit of volume coming through. That's all. But circling back to you, Lindsay, that's really all I've got to point you towards. I'm sorry. Cycling through some of the filters here, see if there's something else that jumps out at me saying, hey, you might be able to try this. I have these 2 scans that I look at on weekly charts. I won't say that they're designed around weekly charts necessarily, but I look at weekly charts with them. I think any scan, you could put up weekly charts for anything coming through any scan. What you're going to see out of it, will vary to what everybody else sees out of it. But my evening scan. So I just want to load these first, or I'll load this one and I'll share them both. And I'll go over how I use these when I'm swing trading. I'm not currently swing trading right now. But all right, so this is going to be the My Evening Scan. Well, I'm just looking for it to have a minimum of that, not a maximum of that. So yes, anything that only meets that threshold would be under its normal 5-minute volume currently, under its average for the last 10 days. But I'm not using it to find stocks with a lot of volume. I'm just using it to find stocks that have some volume. Gotcha, Lindsay. Gotcha. All right. I'm gonna keep rolling on this here. I'm loading up a couple things and sharing a couple of things here. So you can take these from the cloud and load them. And I'm gonna go over what I've done in these scans, why I've done it, and how I use them. So yeah, like I was saying before, Muhammad, I was just very often coming across stocks in those races that they just really, I can get rid of this race. It's not really doing me any service. I want to get rid of that too. But they were meeting the scan, but they weren't really trading. They weren't tradable stocks as far as I was concerned anyways. So let's work with My Evening Scan first. So right click, configure, window specific filters. And what I did here is I said, find me stocks between $4 and $40. Of course, you can change that price range. I want them to have a 1 relative volume, meaning they're doing at least their normal volume as per 30-day average on a ratio. So 1 is normal, 2 is 2 times, 3 is 3 times, so on and so forth, to give context of how the relative volume filter works. I want to see they traded at least 750,000 shares on the day. They need to be 75% above the low of their 20-day range. So I want to see they're kind of trying to break out on 20 days. And then I want to see they're 75% above the low of today's range. So I want to see that they're also strong. So I use the scan mostly after hours when I'm scanning for swing ideas. So I want to see not only are they strong on a 20-day range, but I want to see they close strong today too. Now, you're going to get some stuff that is spiked up and doesn't have any real, real strength in it, let's say. based on 20 days and just having its day today and it's meeting all those criteria, then you'll see stuff that looks a little better. So we go through a few of these charts here. ARQQ, let's start there. So, ARQQ, is it interesting? I don't know, right? But we got these big spikes back here in this downtrend and a long move sideways, right? And starting to poke its head off that bottom there. So could this be the start of something more? 7 mil shares traded today, almost 8 mil, 71 times, almost 72 times what it's normally doing. And that's, meeting all the criteria to scan. So for me, to be honest, actually, I'm looking at this and kind of find it interesting. Now, I'm not looking to put on any swing trades these days. I'm just not interested in the sense that we're in a bear market as far as I'm concerned. Some of your best bull runs are in bear markets. I'm not ready to call that the bottom has been put in yet. And I also think we may just trade a sideways range. Now, if we get in a tradable sideways range, something like this might be interesting to me, but I'm not in that. I'm not at that point right now. But all the same, meets the scan. Some other people might say, what the heck is this guy talking about? He's clueless. He's a fool. Some other people might say, yeah, he's right. It could be breaking out of this base. Looking back here, they can get up above this level of 8.25, give or take. Maybe it takes a shot at 10, can move up the line from there. IBRX, let's continue to look. IBRX. Now, this was coming through this scan a couple of days ago, and it was coming through my option scan that I'm going to go over in a moment. I shared both those scans already. So here we go again, drilling down on this. Now, while it's in this downtrend, stocks that are in downtrends can reverse those trends, obviously. At what point will they? But, I look here, I look here, I look here, and I look here, and what do I see? I see higher lows all the way through. Then I see this high put in here. I see this high put in through here. Now I see another higher high. So a possible trend reversal is on deck for this here. It's made a nice move already. It's made another nice move into today. This was on my option scanner here on those days. It was also on the evening scan on Thursday that day too. So it's been on this scan a few times recently, and it's had a nice move out of it. And of course, we can swap to a weekly chart if we want. I'm mostly using daily charts, but on a weekly chart, we see something very similar to trying to peel off of this here. Swap back to a daily chart. RXT, again, something very similar. This was coming in on Thursday and Friday out of the scan again. So a very liquid stock, good volume. So again, we're finding stuff that's had a couple of day run and has been on these scans for a couple of days. I'm trying to find with a lot with these scans. So there's rounded bottoms or a rounded bottom that might have had a slight pullback and is making another move up here, almost cup and handle-ish. And so those are the things that I'm trying to find with this scan here. It did me really, really well for a couple of years. Now, of course, bull market, rising tide lifts all boats, so on and so forth. But I did really well with the scan. So you can't take back that money I made, and I didn't hand it back to the market. So, make of that what you will. It did pretty well through a good portion of 2019, early 2020, before COVID came in, started kicking everybody's butt for a couple of months, or, not kicking everybody's butt, but obviously when everything was falling and crashing and choppy, scans like this aren't going to work as well. It's just the nature of markets and scanning like this when we're looking for things in uptrends. The second half of 2020, this put out some phenomenal stuff into the first half of 2021. Sometime in the second half of 2021, it wasn't working as well. And by the end of 2021, this wasn't working great. Just to give you context of reality of the scan. Look at a couple of other things here. ATech, again, this would have been coming through back here again off this bottom. A move was to be had here. Is there another move to be had here? Time will tell. But, we scan for the ideas, and then from there, we take those ideas and make them our own, obviously. So that's the cover of the evening scan. And then I see, jump real quick, Dave throwing Payo. What do we say there? What do we say? I like that, Dave. You know how I feel about uptrends, gaps that hold. I do like this. Nice and liquid. Definitely looks like we reversed the trend. So we had a nice long downtrend here. It looks like that downtrend has been reversed here. We've held this gap here. We get up over this level that's right there. Nice little move to 8 is very possible. I do like that very much. Nice liquid stock. Nice, really strong close. Nice volume into a strong close. I like that chart. I like that chart. And then Muhammad again, let's see, put Bollinger Bands 80%. That means that the stock is almost at the top of the Bollinger Band channel, so it may be at a point to come back to the mean, which is the 20 moving average. It could do that as well. Absolutely could do that as well. That's not what I'm looking for from it, but if someone wanted to use the scan that way with the Bollinger Bands, I wouldn't stop them. I wouldn't tell them they're wrong. I'm okay with that. What do I define as liquid? For me, it's how many shares are traded over a given period of time. 4 million shares over an entire day, that's nice and liquid. Even 1 million shares traded over a day it's got decent liquidity to it. Something that's traded 500,000 shares on the day, that's not liquid enough for me. Other people might think that's plenty liquid, and this is an opinion thing. It's not a factual thing. I think at some point you can start calling your stock a liquid. Something's traded 200,000 shares on a full day. I don't think that's very liquid. Someone can argue it with me if they want. That's fine. I'm not going to argue with them. You're entitled to your opinion, but that's just how I feel. So, I think if you've got something that's traded 1 million shares or more on the day, you're looking at a decently liquid stock, I think, again. And that's relative to things. Apple's trading 60 million shares a day. This thing traded 4 million shares today. But I still think this is pretty darn liquid, I would say. All right, now to move over towards that second scan for you there, Lindsay. Let me load it up. And I call it strong. I believe I call it strong options in 20 days. So it's very similar to what we're looking at here. However, strong option, 20-day range. The difference being, let me get rid of that scan. Let me bring this one over. Let's look at the configure of this. Windows specific filter. Got to click it. So on this one here, I've said, let's look at stocks between $10 and $100, relative volume of 1. And they have traded 1.25 million shares on the day. And they just need to be 75% above the 20-day range. So I want to see them breaking out on that 20-day range. But I don't necessarily need them breaking out on the day either. And then I took it a step further, and the options part of this comes in on the sort. So once the scan has found me all those stocks, then I say, I want you to order them from the stocks that have the biggest options volume today, and it's going to be on a 10-day average basis and a percent, and order them like that. Yeah, of course, Dave. You're always putting out some quality stuff there, man. When you throw a chart out there, I'm always going to give a look. Doesn't mean I'm always going to trade it. I'm always going to give a look at what you're looking at on those charts. I don't think you got that Twitter name for no reason. So now, if we look at this scan here and we look at what's going on, here's our price change from the previous day's close, volume and shares they were traded today, relative volume, and then the juice of this scan, the options volume. So we can see here, VTYX was off the charts with options today. I'm going to guess there's a buyout there. I'm guessing that was a buyout. Maybe not. Maybe they just had news. But either way, look at that options volume. EWTX, look at that options volume. ManU, look at that options volume. And so, I'm trying to find things that are on a trend reversal on a 20-day and may have some more juice for runs in it. What I really like, here's the other part of the scan that I think is really important to note. When a stock is near its earnings, its options volume is always going to start to go up, right? But when you have a stock whose options volume is really cranking, but it's not at its earnings date, that tells you that maybe someone knows something somewhere and pay an extra attention to it. Now we're still 4 days out from earnings, and that's pretty high options 4 days out from earnings, to be honest. Not unheard of, but a little higher than you'd normally see. Now, I think Elon Musk made some tweet about the stock or something like that back here. So I think that's going to play a role into all this, right? Just as an example. But EWTX, let's bring that one up again. We're way out from earnings here. And again, we've got massive options doing, 30 times what it's normally doing here on an options basis for 10 days. So, you're going to take a look. It's already in a nice uptrend here. It's running into some resistance up in this area here. But, could this thing get rolling? I don't know, but this is what I'm asking the scan to do, is point me towards stuff that might have that ability. Now, the thing that I'm not crazy about this a lot of times with the scan, a lot of stuff comes through pharmaceuticals and therapeutics. So, make of that what you will. With pharmaceuticals and therapeutics, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. You get these nice gap ups. You can get some really terrible gap downs as well. So you got to take the good with the bad. Just the way it works. But, let's scan through a few of these here. This stock is, in this wicked downtrend. But again, here's this big big options coming through, no earnings date. Did it put a bottom in here? Is it trying to find it? I don't know. No one really knows. Here we go again. Has it put a bottom in? Are we a trend reversal? We've got nice movement. Earnings is well off. Good options volume again, SGML. Beautiful, beautiful uptrend on it here. We're past earnings. Options volume is still cruising along today at almost 10 times what it's normally doing. Just real beautiful moves here. Sideways, down, sideways, down, sideways. Is it trying to break that down on the sideways moves? Possibly. No way, obviously, to know. But, move up, sideways, move up, sideways. So we've got a temporary trend change going on. And again, doing nearly 8 times what it's doing for options. And again, earnings is well off. So does someone know something there? I don't know. I have no way to know that. You have no way to know that. But there's something going on under the hood here that's worth taking a look at. So hopefully, Lindsay, that's giving you some food for thought. Let me know if that all kind of makes sense there. I see some stuff is continuing to roll through. So, all right, yeah, we covered that. Do you have any reading material on where to place stops? I don't personally have any reading material on where to place stops, Lindsay. I think, some common things that I see for people with stops are this. Intraday trading, a lot of times the low of the prior 15-minute bar is used as a stop, is very popular. Some people like their moving averages as a rolling stop to move up. These are both things that I use as my intraday stops. I also use the low candle of a day. So, for example, sometimes if I'm looking at something that's made a big pullback, maybe it's got a bottoming tail that comes down to here, something like that. I might be using that as a stop on the pullback and an entry where I think it's going to be moving back up again off that pullback. I'll use the close of a gap as a stop. Like this would have been using the close of that gap would have been a nice stop here, even the low of the day, obviously here, but that's not an overly large stop like that. Those are some different things that I use as prior stops. Using prior resistance as support as stops, or prior support as resistance as stops. Those are things that I would point you towards, Lindsay. And I think some of the more popular things to look at. There is no cookie cutter, use this moving average. I think that is something that comes in time for each trader, what they want to use for moving average. I like an 8 EMA on both a 15 and 5-minute time frames. I go back and forth depending on how extended a stock is off those EMAs for placing a stop for myself. And then I kind of roll that stop forward with the price action as well. My stop can always move up. My stop can never move down below the original stop also. So I don't move my goalpost backwards. When a stop moves up, the stop moves up. That's kind of where I hang with that. So PETS, PETS. There's nothing here for me trading wise. The stock traded 300,000 shares today, and that's what it's normally doing. It's in a very long downtrend. There's nothing here to make me interested in the stock at all. There's nothing there for me. Could it get going and get up to this area? Sure. But there's nothing on this chart that makes me think to look at this over lots of other stuff I'd look at anyways, based on my scanning for as far as PETS goes. So, and dividends mean absolutely nothing to me as far as trading goes. Yes, Peter, that's the reason that I like liquid stocks, is because I don't want to get stuck in a position. I don't want to buy a stock and then all of a sudden there's nobody's trading that stock anymore. So that's my whole reason for looking for liquidity, Peter. 100% agree with them on that. Can I look at ALTO? ALTO. And also, just for context, Lindsay, I've been doing this. I'm a self-taught trader. I've been doing this for a little over 5 years. I've really only had, I'll call success that I'm making more money than losing more money. It took me about 2 full years in before I started consistently having more winners than losers. I'm still learning and growing as a trader. So, take everything for what it's worth. I haven't reinvented the wheel here. There's nothing special, I think, about what I do. Most everything that I am saying here, I am parroting back from people that have taught me through live streams like this. Andy, Jamie, Steve, Michael, even Dan and Brad when I used to be able to make their streams on Wednesdays. There's some people on Twitter that I followed throughout the years that have given me some really good stuff, some ideas to work on, things like that. So, all right, cool, Peter. Glad that makes sense for you. So yeah, Peter, 100% with the Investopedia on there. I want to find those stocks that are liquid. Again, someone might think 1 million shares. So someone that I work with here, he works on the back end with the development department and kind of internal operations. A gentleman named Chris is a really great trader. And, if a stock, I forget what it is. I'm paraphrasing this. So, if Chris ever pops in and hears me saying this, don't shoot me, Chris, and correct me if I'm wrong. But it's something like if a stock hasn't traded like 2 million shares by 10 o'clock or something like that in the morning, he's not really interested in it. Now, I'm not giving you exact numbers, but my idea is like he looks at stocks. He wants things that are way more liquid than I want them. If something is traded like 400,000 or 500,000 shares for me by 10 o'clock, I'm interested in it. I'll take a hard look at that stock still. I want to see that pace of liquidity can stay up. So I might not rush into it for any reason. I want to make sure that the liquidity is still going to be there. The volume's still going to be there. But if it's keeping that pace, and it's got a good looking chart, I'll certainly be taking a second and third look at it before a possible entry. But where the other Chris that I work with, he wouldn't be interested in that stock at all. And that's just his preference. And that doesn't make me right or him wrong or me wrong or anything like that. It's just, as I always say, different strokes for different folks, essentially. And that's it. So anyway, circling back here for happy ALTO. This thing is just really choppy and all around. Was it alcohol, ethanol? So I guess overall, a downtrend. It's a newer issue. So, opens here, closes there. You don't have a really big range on this thing. Nice liquidity, nice volume. I just, not a whole lot there. I'm sorry to tell you. Can it keep this little streak up that's right there? Possibly. Even if it does, it's not a dynamic mover, right? So look how long it took it to go from $4 to $5. It took it. Let's drill down here. $4 break here. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Trading days, or let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It got to 5 on the 8. So, it can have these days where it's got like these 15, 20 cent moves, 30 cent moves maybe, which for a sub $5 stock is good on a percent basis. Just not feeling it, just not feeling it overall. But that doesn't mean it's not tradable or there isn't money to be made there, or I don't know, there might even be an investment thesis for all I know. I won't comment or speak to that because that's not what I'm really looking at or what I do or anything like that. So, yeah. Again, any questions, please fire those away for me here. So market closed. I think we had a strong close. Oh, I lost my SPY chart. Not a strong close, but not weak. Close near high of day, right? So bulls stick another feather in their cap again today. I'm starting to get my bullish juices flowing again. I'd love to see And now I'd love to see a couple of days sideways and then a push up on this 17, 18, 19, 20 level, push up on that. A couple sideways days, if it pulls back, not too deep. I don't want to see it pull all the way back to 400 again. I mean, what I want to see and what's going to happen is irrelevant, or they're not exclusively hanging out with each other there. So, it's what I'd like to see anyways. Give the Bulls some wind in their sails, because as I said last week, I said the Bulls look tired to me, and I said, someone's probably listening saying, what the heck does the Bulls look tired mean? And I said the Bulls look tired means that, here's our top and we sell off and we rally up, and we sell off even deeper and we rally up even past there a little bit, but then we really sell off. We rally up, we sell off, we try to rally up and we sell off, but then we get this big rally, and it's like, the Bulls have been beaten down every time we rally, and we get this really big rally compared to, we push right back all the way up into this area here, and then they just get pulverized again. So that's what I meant by tired. But they come right back here. They're resilient. These Bulls, they're resilient. And last week I started saying on Thursday, I said this would be a real good opportunity for the Bears to come in. You get this move up for a couple of days after that sell off, and now you've been able to cover shorts here, and you can load back up here and really pounce down here on those for the sellers, pouncing down on the buyers. They did not do that on Friday, and that really shocked me. We had not only a strong gap up on Friday, we had a strong gap and go on Friday. Now we've had a strong gap and go today again. So I don't know, are the shorts, are the sellers letting the Bulls get, overly confident, overly cocky to really come in and get a running start on them? Possibly. I have no idea. What I do know is that, we've got some really nice up days. So, all right. So hopefully all that's making sense and kind of helping and all that. And again, anybody with questions, please, let me know. That's what I'm here for. That's what I like to help with. What else? What else? Do you think that the release of CPI August tomorrow will have any impact on the market? Yes, I'm sure it's going to make the market do all kinds of crazy things. I think if CPI comes in like a rocket ship, like it has for 3 quarters in a row, I think you're going to have a really, really big problem for the market. I think if it comes in anywhere near expected or below expected, you're going to have the market really. I think you're going to have a nice day tomorrow. Again, I could be completely wrong. I'm okay with being completely wrong. I don't really get paid for my opinion in that regard. So, but if someone wants to ask it, sure, why not? I'll throw my hat in the ring. But I think it's going to play a big role tomorrow. Absolutely. At least early on in the day, anyways, at least the first trading hour. I really hope it comes in underneath, I don't know what they're forecasting, but whatever they're forecasting, I hope it comes in at least half of what they're forecasting. I'm a consumer like the rest of you. And unfortunately, to this point, I haven't made my first $1 billion yet. So the prices at grocery stores, the prices from my cell phone bill, the prices from my power company, my utilities company, that stuff matters a lot to me. So make of that what you will. Make of that what you will. Looks like, so what do we close here? 110. The market's kind of drifting in the after hours up again. So that's, it's a good thing. That's a good thing for the Bulls again. And again, if anybody has questions, pop those in there. Pop those in there. What did I say about ALTO? I think I said I didn't like it. It's in a downtrend. There's nothing there. I traded no shit. Oh no, ALTO. That was the alcohol manufacturing. I mean, there's not much for me to comment on there. It's not a dynamic stock, so there's nothing for me to trade on there personally. Could it continue its uptrend? Sure, but will it? I have no idea. So, yeah, there's just really not much for me to comment on that. Sorry, just taking another glance at it, and I just, there's not a whole lot there for me. Gapped up a little bit, came back, touched low of the day here, on that bottoming shadow, and was able to make a nice move up. So, it moved here from 407-ish up to 424, but it's just not dynamic for me to day trade it. And there's no swing trade interest in there for me whatsoever. So, that's all there is to it. Hi, on Friday, you gave a link to compare count windows with a few more charts than the default chart. Could you share that again? Yeah, I shared a couple of different things on Friday. I think there's one from pre-market. Pre-market. So I'm trying to find. Pre-market posting. All right, so it's this one here. Share, copy. Click the right button, Chris. So there's that one there. This is pre-market highs versus pre-market lows, and it has volume percent today in the pre-market as well. And then just give me a second. I'll look for my other compare count windows, just going through my cloud right now. So then I have the regular compare count windows here. Let me bring those over so I can show and at least illustrate it for a second here. So there's those in here. Let me share those out. Load from cloud. CC Sabathia. CC Windows share. There you go. So there's that. All right. And so those are the compare count windows there that I'd shared from Friday. I have no idea what pen is, to be honest. I think it's something with gambling, but I don't really know. Lindsay, I don't know that ETFs are necessarily better or worse. They're going to move less in general. So if you want to see things that are kind of less whippy around, that's going to play with your emotions less, then, ETFs might be the way to go for you for a little bit as you get a feel for price action and charts and markets. I wouldn't say it's a bad idea. Some of the things you want to, keep in mind too, or keep aware of is, use your broker's time and sales, so you can see something's really whippy all over the place, and those might be things you want to stay away from for a while when you're still trying to feel things out and get used to all these things. But no, I don't think that's a bad idea. The only thing you run into with ETFs is that a lot of them can be very pricey. If we look through here at my sector analysis ETFs, you got lower price ones here, your silvers, nat gas isn't that high of a price, KWeb. But then you get into stuff that's some of the more popular stuff in your energy, you're talking, up in the 80s, more energy, retails in the 60s, software services, emerging markets is on the lower side of things, this is, your big energy exploration here. Some of these are really pricey ones. Healthcare. No, it's transports. I'm sorry, not healthcare. So, that's where you get run into some things. Some people don't want to trade stocks that are that price because, taking 100 shares of a $200 stock, putting out a whole lot of money there on one trade. And not everybody's, wants to put that kind of money out on trades and, got to, share size to get the move. So, these are things that I would just keep in mind. I would say, you already said you're writing stuff down. So one of the things to make sure you're using, Lindsay, if you're not already, is use our simulator, right? You get $100,000 account in it. We can reset that account at any given point. So I really, really encourage you, get in there, make your mistakes for free on the simulator. If you're already subscribed to the software, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. So yeah, we caught there. Yeah, pen, I have no idea. BP chart looks good, which makes cans for beer and Coke product. AMPB, ABP. Yeah, I mean, again, there's nothing here for me. This is not a dynamic trader at all. Long-term downtrend. But it's not like it's all that far off its lifetime high. So, I mean, there's just not much for me to comment on this. 140 million in the float. Thing's not going to move much. So outside of a news event or something like that or a takeover, there's nothing dynamic about it to me. That's the one. Can you explain how to interpret the 4CC windows? Yeah. So again, what you have here is these are all exactly the same except for this is 2 to 4. This is sub 2 billion movers on market cap. This is 2 to 4 billion. This is 4+ billion. This is 5.4. So you're real large caps. But that's it. It's just comparing new highs versus new lows. The moving averages here are just comparing with the recent time as you see here at the bottom versus the cylinders are comparing the whole day. So you could see the new highs versus new lows. You had, 43% of stocks making new lows on the day, 57 making new highs on the day, anything that was sub 2 billion. And there's just a few volume metrics in here. That's essentially it to make sure that we're not looking at stocks that are trading absolutely nothing, that they've got some action, that there's stocks that are actually participating in moving in the market itself. Excuse me. So, yeah, so that's really that from there. And if you want to know more about compare count windows, of course, take a look at the user's guide section. Really fantastic way that Stephanie put this together. Copy link address, paste link address. And there you go. So that we're looking good there. Yeah, and that's exactly it there, Lindsay. So I think keeping things relative and sticking out that simulator for a little bit, before putting money to work. I think that's really important. So, all right, folks, we're after 4:30. I have to run on the day here. I thank you all for popping in, all the questions, the comments, the interactions. Really appreciate those as always. Solid start to the week, I'd say, as far as the markets go. CPI is out in the morning tomorrow, so just be careful. That's all there is to it. Don't put money to work, especially overnight, if you can't handle big drawdowns. And what I mean by handle it is two ways. One, monetarily, you can't take big losses. And two, emotionally, you can't handle those big swings. It'll make you make irrational decisions, and irrational decisions are what causes people to blow up their accounts very quickly. So, please keep those in mind as you go forward. My pleasure, Lindsay. And Lindsay, if you're not familiar, I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern, Monday through Friday. I also do the Monday noon sessions. Go into my end of the day spiel here. Tomorrow being Tuesday, Michael will do noon. Of course, I'm back here at 3:30, and Barry will run the balance of the day from there. So that's everything that I got for today. Hopefully, everybody got a little bit out of it. You can always get us after hours. UPPORT at trade-ideas.com. Yeah, support at trade-ideas.com. I periodically, I'm leaving for the day now, but I periodically check the emails throughout the night. If there's something that's really pressing or emergency, I'm always going to get to it. If it's not, Stephanie might get you later in the overnight, or, I'll get to you in the very, very early in the morning, because they start very early in the morning. So, but we never ignore anything. Sometimes things take us a day or two to get to, depending on the complications of it, but we never ignore. So you can always get us there as well. So again, I thank you all very, very much. Again, I appreciate all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. And I hope you have a wonderful Monday wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. We will catch you back here tomorrow. Take care and goodbye.